across the scorched sands of the Giza Plateau, where the sprawling metropolis of Cairo meets the timeless silence of the Sahara, they stand. 3 colossal shadows against the sun, 3 geometric mountains of stone that have defied the centuries with an almost casual indifference. They are the last of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the only one to have survived the ravages of time, the rise and fall of empires, the shifting of sands, and the changing of gods. For nearly 4.5 millennia, the Great Pyramids have been the silent custodians of a lost world, their very existence posing a question that echoes down to us through the ages. How and why were they ever built? To stand at their base is to feel a profound sense of scale, a humbling of the self in the face of something so immense, so ancient, that it feels less like architecture and more like a geological feature, a part of the earth itself. As we begin this journey together to unravel the story of these magnificent structures, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. So please leave a comment. And if you enjoy stories that unravel the great mysteries of the past, be sure to subscribe so you'll be notified when we release new ones. The grandest of them all, the Great Pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu, is a masterpiece of engineering that continues to baffle and inspire. It was raised from an estimated 2,300,000 blocks of limestone and granite, some of which, weighing up to 80 tons, the equivalent of more than 12 adult elephants, were transported from quarries located more than 800 kilometers, or nearly 500 miles, away. Its total mass is estimated at around 5,900,000 tons, a figure so vast it is difficult to visualize. For over 3,800 years, it remained the tallest man-made structure on the planet, soaring to an original height of 146.5 meters, or about 481 feet. It was a shining beacon in the desert, originally encased in highly polished white Tura limestone, a brilliant mantle that would have reflected the sun's rays with a blinding intensity, a star fallen to earth. The Egyptians called it Akhet Khufu, the horizon of Khufu, a name that perfectly captures its intended purpose: to be the ladder by which the soul of their deceased king would ascend to the heavens and join the imperishable stars. The story of the pyramids is not, as popular fiction might suggest, a tale of alien visitors or lost technologies. The truth is far more compelling. It is a human story, a testament to what can be achieved through ingenuity, unwavering belief, and an astonishing level of social and logistical organization. It is the story of a civilization that harnessed its entire economy, its brightest minds, and the labor of tens of thousands of skilled workers to achieve a single, monumental goal: cheating death itself. To understand the pyramids, one must first understand the world that created them. Ancient Egypt was a civilization utterly dependent on the rhythms of a single river, the Nile. Its annual inundation, a predictable and life-giving flood, deposited a layer of rich, black silt upon the valley floor, creating a ribbon of impossible fertility in the midst of a vast and unforgiving desert. This cycle of flood and harvest, of death and rebirth, shaped the Egyptian worldview more than any other force. They saw the universe as a place of divine order, which they called Ma'at, a concept encompassing truth, balance, harmony, and justice. The greatest threat to Ma'at was chaos, and the greatest chaos was death. The Pharaoh was the central pillar of this entire system. He was not merely a king. He was a god in human form, the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed deity, and the intermediary between humanity and the celestial realm. It was his sacred duty to maintain Ma'at on earth, and his successful transition to the afterlife was not merely a personal concern, but a matter of cosmic importance. If the Pharaoh's journey was successful, he would unite with Osiris, the god of the underworld, and with the sun god Ra as he sailed across the sky, ensuring the sun would continue to rise, the Nile would continue to flood, and the divine order of the universe would remain intact. The pyramids, then, were not just tombs. They were resurrection machines, cosmic engines designed with breathtaking precision to serve as a gateway to eternity. This obsession with the afterlife was the driving force behind Egypt's greatest architectural achievements. Yet the perfect, smooth-sided pyramids that dominate the Giza Plateau did not simply spring into being. They were the culmination of a long and arduous process of trial and error, a centuries-long architectural evolution that began with far humbler origins. Long before the first pyramid, the Egyptians buried their dead in simple pits dug into the hot desert sand. The arid climate would naturally desiccate the bodies, creating unintentional mummies that may have first sparked their complex ideas about the preservation of the physical form for use in the afterlife. As their society grew more complex, so did their burial customs. The elite began to construct tombs known as mastabas, from the Arabic word for stone bench, which they resembled. These were rectangular, flat-roofed structures made of mud brick or later stone, built over a subterranean burial chamber. From the outside, they appeared simple, but below ground, they contained multiple rooms for offerings and the deceased's possessions, and their walls were often decorated with intricate scenes of daily life, intended to magically provide for the tomb's occupant for all eternity. For centuries, the mastaba was the pinnacle of funerary architecture, a permanent home for the dead. But for one pharaoh of the third dynasty, a king named Djoser, a simple bench of stone was not enough. He was a ruler of a newly unified and prosperous Egypt, and he required a tomb that would project his power and his divine status across the ages. To achieve this, he turned to a man who was not a king, but whose genius would change the face of the earth forever. His vizier, his chief minister, and his master architect, a polymath named Imhotep. It was Imhotep who conceived of a revolutionary idea. Instead of building a single mastaba, he would stack them, one on top of the other, each layer smaller than the one below, creating a towering stairway to the heavens. In doing so, he would not only invent a new form of monument, but would also oversee the construction of the world's first large-scale building made entirely of cut stone. This structure, the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, was an architectural thunderclap, a declaration in stone that a new age of ambition and capability had begun. It was the ancestor of all pyramids to come, the first great leap on a journey that would ultimately lead to the wonders of Giza. Our story begins here, not in the shadow of Khufu's perfect mountain, but on the shifting sands of Saqqara, where the vision of one man and the ambition of his king gave birth to an idea that would last for eternity. We will trace this incredible evolution from Imhotep's stacked mastabas to the failed experiments and glorious successes of the pharaohs who followed. We will explore the lives of the skilled workers who built these monuments, deciphering the evidence from their purpose-built villages that shatters the myth of slave labor. We will journey to the remote quarries to understand how they cut and moved stones of unimaginable weight, and we will investigate the enduring mystery of how they raised them to such staggering heights. We will venture deep inside the labyrinthine corridors and chambers, decoding their astronomical alignments and their profound religious symbolism. And we will follow the story of the pyramids through to the modern era, as archaeologists armed with ground-penetrating radar and cosmic ray detectors continue to peel back their layers, revealing secrets that have remained hidden for 4,500 years. The pyramids are more than a marvel of ancient engineering. They are a profound expression of the human spirit, a testament to our desire to create something that will outlast us, to leave a mark on the world that time itself cannot erase. They are a story of a civilization that dared to build for forever. And this profound ambition to build for forever did not begin with a king's command to raise a mountain of stone, but with a far more intimate and ancient concern: the fate of the human body after death. In the pre-dynastic period, long before the first pharaoh unified the lands of Upper and Lower Egypt, the people of the Nile Valley laid their dead to rest in a simple manner. They would dig a shallow, oval pit in the hot desert sand on the high ground just beyond the reach of the annual floodwaters. The deceased was placed within, often in a flexed, fetal position, curled on their side as if in sleep, facing west toward the land of the setting sun, which they already associated with the world of the dead. They were buried with a few simple possessions for the journey ahead: some pottery jars containing food and drink, perhaps a cosmetic palette or a necklace of beads. The grave was then covered with sand, and the living returned to their lives. But here, in these simple burials, the unique environment of Egypt worked a strange magic. The intense, dry heat of the desert and the direct contact with the sand acted as a powerful, natural desiccant, wicking all the moisture from the body's tissues before they could decay. The result was an astonishingly well-preserved, lifelike husk of the person who had once been, a natural mummy. When these bodies were occasionally unearthed by wind or by later burials, the ancient Egyptians would have been confronted with a startling image. Their ancestors, not as skeletons, but as recognizable individuals, their skin, hair, and features largely intact. This powerful, visceral experience must have profoundly shaped their developing beliefs about the afterlife. It suggested that the physical body was not a mere shell to be discarded at death, but an essential anchor for the soul, a vessel that needed to remain whole and identifiable for the spirit to endure. This belief created a paradox as Egyptian society became more stratified and its burial customs more elaborate. The growing elite, wishing to protect the bodies of their dead from scavenging animals and to provide more opulent grave goods, began to line their burial pits with wood or mud brick. They were interred in reed coffins or simple wooden boxes. While these innovations offered greater security and status, they introduced an unforeseen and catastrophic problem. By separating the body from the direct contact with the desiccating sand, they sealed it in a space where moisture was trapped, and the processes of decay could proceed unchecked. The very efforts made to better protect the deceased were now leading to their swift decomposition, leaving behind nothing but bones. For a culture that believed the preservation of the body was essential for eternal life, this was a theological crisis of the highest order. The solution that emerged was one of the civilization's most defining innovations: the art of artificial mummification. Over centuries, through meticulous experimentation, Egyptian priests and embalmers developed a complex ritual and scientific process to achieve deliberately what the desert sands had once done by accident. They learned to remove the internal organs, which decay most quickly, and to dehydrate the body completely using natron, a naturally occurring salt mixture harvested from the dry lake beds of the Wadi el Natrun. The body was packed and covered with this salt for 40 days until it was entirely desiccated, after which it was cleaned, anointed with oils and resins, and painstakingly wrapped in hundreds of meters, or many hundreds of feet, of linen bandages. This elaborate process, which in its most developed form could take up to 70 days, ensured that the physical form would be preserved indefinitely, providing a permanent home for the spirit. With the problem of bodily preservation solved, the focus of funerary architecture shifted to creating a permanent and secure home for this newly eternal vessel. The simple mound of sand and stones piled over the burial pit evolved into a more formal and durable structure. This was the birth of the mastaba. The name is a modern one, derived from the Arabic word for a low bench, which these structures resemble as they rise from the desert landscape. The earliest mastaba appearing around 3100. Before Christ, during the First Dynasty, were built for the elite and royalty at sites like Abydos and Saqqara, the great necropolis serving the capital city of Memphis. Initially, they were constructed from mud bricks, the common building material of the Nile Valley, formed from river mud and dried in the sun. These solid, rectangular superstructures had distinctive, gently sloping sides and a flat roof. They presented a powerful image of stability and permanence, a solid, unbreachable house for the dead. But the true heart of the mastaba lay hidden deep beneath the earth. A vertical shaft, sometimes descending for many meters or dozens of feet, was sunk into the bedrock beneath the superstructure. At its bottom was the burial chamber, where the mummified body of the deceased was placed within a sarcophagus, surrounded by their most precious possessions. Once the burial was complete, this shaft was filled with rubble and sealed, intended never to be opened again. The visible part of the mastaba, the structure above ground, served a different but equally vital purpose. It was the public interface between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Embedded in the eastern face of the mastaba was one of its most critical features, the false door. This was not a real door, but an intricately carved stone, stela, in the shape of a portal, often inscribed with the name and titles of the deceased. It was a magical threshold, a gateway through which the deceased's spirit, or kai, could pass to receive the offerings left by their living relatives and priests. Adjacent to this false door, a small chapel was often built, and it was here that the rituals of sustenance would be performed. The Egyptians believed that the Ka needed to be nourished for all eternity, and so they would bring offerings of bread, beer, meat, and fowl, leaving them on an offering table before the false door. As the Old Kingdom progressed, these mastaba complexes became ever more elaborate. The simple mud brick structures began to be cased in fine white limestone, making them gleam in the Egyptian sun. Their chapels grew from simple niches into complex, multi-roomed structures within the mastaba itself. And most significantly, for the future of art and religion, their interior walls became canvases for an explosion of creative expression. Artists covered the chapel walls with vibrant, detailed reliefs and paintings. These were not mere decorations. They were magical engines designed to provide for the deceased in perpetuity. The scenes depicted a perfect, idealized version of daily life. There were images of vast agricultural estates, with workers plowing fields, harvesting grain, and herding cattle. There were butchers preparing cuts of meat and brewers filling jars with beer. There were scenes of the noble tomb owner hunting birds in the papyrus marshes or fishing in the Nile's bountiful waters. The logic was simple and powerful. Whatever was depicted on the walls of the tomb would be magically made real and available to the deceased in the afterlife. These images, therefore, were an insurance policy for eternity, providing an endless supply of every worldly pleasure and necessity. Over time, these individual tombs were not built in isolation, but were arranged in orderly rows along streets, like a suburban neighborhood, creating vast and silent cities of the dead. The necropolis at Saqqara became a sprawling landscape of these eternal houses. By the end of the Second Dynasty, the mastaba had been perfected. It was a stable, secure, and permanent dwelling, a machine for sustaining the soul. Yet, for all its solidity, it was a fundamentally earthbound structure, a monument that emphasized being rooted in the ground. It was a house, not a ladder. The next great leap in Egyptian thought and architecture would not be horizontal, but vertical. It would come from a desire not merely to dwell securely beneath the earth, but to ascend from it, to climb towards the sun and the stars. That leap would require a new level of vision, and it would find its champion in King Djoser and his brilliant architect, Imhotep. This leap found its champion in Net-Jeriket, the king known to history as Djoser, who ascended to the throne around the year 2670, before Christ, marking the beginning of Egypt's Third Dynasty and the dawn of the Old Kingdom. His reign was a period of stability and burgeoning prosperity, an era where the centralized power of the pharaoh, now firmly established, could command the resources and manpower of the entire nation for projects of unprecedented scale. But a king's ambition, no matter how grand, requires a visionary mind to give it form. And Djoser found his in the extraordinary figure of Imhotep. The name Imhotep translates as "he who comes in peace." But his impact on the world was anything but tranquil. It was revolutionary. He was the king's vizier, or chief minister, the high priest of the sun god Ra at Heliopolis, a renowned physician and scribe, and, most critically, the overseer of all the king's works. He was a true polymath, a man of such legendary wisdom and skill that some 2,000 years after his death, the Egyptians would deify him as the god of medicine and learning. It was to this brilliant mind that Djoser entrusted the most sacred of all tasks, the design and construction of his eternal home in the great necropolis of Saqqara. The project did not begin with the radical goal of building a stairway to the stars. The initial plan was for a mastaba, albeit a grand one, built entirely of stone rather than the traditional mud brick. This in itself was a significant innovation, a declaration of permanence on a new level. Unusually, this mastaba was designed with a square base measuring approximately 63 meters, or 207 feet, on each side, a departure from the typical rectangular form. But as this first stone mastaba was nearing completion, a new, more audacious idea began to take shape. Imhotep decided to enlarge the structure, extending its sides, and then, in a moment of architectural inspiration, he built a second, slightly smaller mastaba directly on top of the first. He repeated the process again, and then again, stacking 6 stone mastabas of decreasing size one upon the other, creating a monument of 4 distinct tiers. Still not satisfied, he then enlarged the entire structure one final time, extending its base and raising its height to a final form of 6 colossal steps, a form that had never been seen anywhere on Earth. The result was a structure that rose to a final height of 62 meters, roughly 204 feet, completely dominating the Saqqara landscape. It was the world's first true skyscraper. This structural evolution was coupled with a revolution in building materials. While stone had been used for select elements in earlier tombs, such as flooring or doorways, Imhotep's project was the first time the cut stone blocks were used for the entire construction of a monumental building. This was a quantum leap in technology and labor organization. The builders, accustomed to working with pliable mud brick, were now learning an entirely new craft. The limestone blocks they used were relatively small, more like stone versions of the mud bricks they knew, suggesting they were cautiously translating old techniques into this new, more challenging medium. But learn they did, quarrying, transporting, and lifting an estimated 850,000 tons of limestone to create the pyramid and its vast surrounding complex. Imhotep's vision extended far beyond the pyramid itself. He enclosed the entire monument within a massive rectangular wall of gleaming white Tura limestone, a wall that stood 10.5 meters, or about 34 feet, high and stretched for more than 1,645 meters, nearly 5,400 feet, in circumference. This enclosure, covering an area of 15 hectares, or 37 acres, was not a barren space. It was a meticulously planned ceremonial complex, a microcosm of the royal palace and the land of Egypt itself, built in stone for the king's eternal use. The wall was decorated with a pattern of recessed panels imitating the facade of the king's palace, and was punctuated by 14 magnificent gates. Yet 13 of these were elaborate fakes. There was only one true entrance, a narrow passage in the southeastern corner, a feature designed for exclusivity and control, ensuring that only the initiated could enter this sacred space. This entrance led to a stunning colonnaded hallway, its ceiling supported by 40 stone columns carved to resemble bundles of papyrus reeds, another first in architectural history. This hall opened into a huge open courtyard to the south of the pyramid, known as the Great Court. This was the stage for one of the most important rituals of kingship, the Hebsed festival, a jubilee designed to magically rejuvenate the aging pharaoh and reaffirm his divine power. Along the eastern side of this court stood a series of dummy chapels, solid structures that served as symbolic representations of the shrines of Upper and Lower Egypt, ensuring the king's dominion over the two lands would continue into the next life. To the north of the pyramid lay the Serdab, a small, sealed stone chamber. Inside, hidden from all human eyes, sat a life-sized, painted limestone statue of King Djoser himself, enthroned and wrapped in a ceremonial cloak. His gaze was fixed forward, staring out through two small holes drilled through the wall, angled so that he could perpetually watch the circumpolar stars in the northern sky. The stars the Egyptians called the Indestructibles, which they believed were the destination of the royal soul. The complex also contained symbolic palaces, known as the House of the North and the House of the South, further reinforcing his eternal rule over a unified Egypt. Yet, for all this magnificent surface detail, the true heart of the complex lay hidden deep within the bedrock. Directly beneath the center of the pyramid, a massive shaft was sunk 28 meters, or 92 feet, straight down into the earth. At its bottom lay the burial chamber, a vault constructed of hard, pink granite brought all the way from the quarries at Aswan, hundreds of kilometers to the south. But this chamber was just the beginning. Spreading out from the central shaft was a bewildering labyrinth of tunnels, galleries, and storerooms, a vast subterranean network stretching for nearly 6 kilometers, or about 3.5 miles. Some of these chambers were lined with thousands of dazzling blue faience tiles, designed to imitate the woven reed mat wall hangings of the king's living palace. This underground palace was intended to be the true home of the king's spirit, filled with enough stone vessels, food offerings, and ritual objects to sustain him for millions of years. The step pyramid of Djoser was more than just a tomb. It was a complete theological statement rendered in stone. It was a declaration that the pharaoh was not merely a mortal ruler, but a divine being destined for a celestial afterlife. Imhotep's great innovation, the stepped form, was a literal and symbolic ladder, a permanent stairway allowing the king's soul to ascend from the earth and take its place among the immortal gods. It was a stunning success that fundamentally altered the course of Egyptian civilization, establishing the pyramid as the ultimate symbol of royal power and the central project of the state for centuries to come. The age of the mastaba was over. The age of the pyramids had begun. The age of the pyramids had indeed begun, but the echo of Imhotep's genius proved difficult for his successors to replicate. The sheer scale and complexity of the project at Saqqara was a monumental challenge, and the remaining kings of the Third Dynasty struggled to match Djoser's achievement. His immediate successor, Akhet, attempted to build his own step pyramid complex just to the southwest of Djosers. The foundations of a vast enclosure wall were laid, and a 7-stepped pyramid was planned. But the king's reign was short, and the project was abandoned when it was barely a few meters, or several feet, high. Archaeologists, in the mid-20th century, discovered its subterranean chambers, and in a moment of breathless anticipation, they opened a sealed, beautiful alabaster sarcophagus found within, only to discover that it was, and had always been, completely empty. Another shadowy king of the dynasty, perhaps named Kaba, began a similar project at Zayat el Aryan, a site between Giza and Saqqara. Known today as the Layer Pyramid, it too was abandoned in its infancy, a mud brick core that never received its stone casing, its purpose and owner still debated by scholars. These unfinished monuments stand as silent testaments to the immense difficulty and resource-intensive nature of pyramid building. They show that Djoser's success was not a simple blueprint to be copied, but the result of a unique confluence of vision, stability, and longevity that would not be seen again for several decades. The fire that Imhotep had lit seemed to flicker, and the great age of stone construction threatened to be a brief and singular flash of brilliance. This all changed with the dawn of the 4th dynasty, around the year 2613 before Christ, and the ascension of a new king, Sneferu. If Djoser was the great innovator, Sneferu was the great perfecter. His reign of at least 24, and possibly as long as 48 years, was a golden age of architectural experimentation, a period of peace and prosperity that allowed him to marshal the full resources of the state in pursuit of an architectural ideal. He would ultimately move more stone than any other pharaoh in Egyptian history, including Khufu, his son, and the builder of the Great Pyramid. Sneferu was not content to merely replicate the past. He sought to transcend it. The stepped pyramid, for all its symbolic power as a stairway to the heavens, was no longer enough. A new theological concept was rising in prominence, centered on the sun god Ra. The pharaoh was now seen not just as Horus, but as the son of Ra. And his destiny was to join his father on his daily journey across the sky in the solar bark. For this new purpose, a new form was required. The pyramid was to be transformed from a staircase into a solid, singular ray of the sun, a ramp of light connecting the earth to the heavens. It needed to be a true pyramid, with smooth, straight, gleaming sides. Sneferu's first attempt to realize this vision took place at the site of Meidum, an isolated necropolis about 50 kilometers, or roughly 30 miles, south of Memphis. Here stood a large step pyramid, most likely begun by his predecessor Huni, the last king of the 3rd dynasty. Sneferu took over the project, completing what was originally a 7-stepped structure, and then enlarging it to 8 steps. It was already a magnificent monument, more refined in its construction than Djoser's, with its limestone blocks more finely dressed and tightly fitted. But for Sneferu, completing his predecessor's step pyramid was not enough. He embarked on a radical and unprecedented act of architectural transformation. He commanded his builders to convert the Meidum step pyramid into the world's first true, smooth-sided pyramid. The project was audacious. The great recesses of the steps had to be filled in with packing stones, and the entire structure was then encased in a magnificent, angled mantle of fine, white Tura limestone. The engineering was precise, with the casing stones laid at an angle of just over 51 degrees, an inclination that would become the classical standard, nearly identical to that of the Great Pyramid at Giza. When finished, the Meidum Pyramid would have been a breathtaking sight, a perfect, gleaming white pyramid rising 144 meters, or about 472 feet, from the desert floor, its polished surface reflecting the Egyptian sun. It was the physical manifestation of the new solar theology, a solidified sunbeam for the king's eternal ascent. But this pioneering project contained a fatal flaw, a catastrophic miscalculation buried deep within its design. The architects made two critical errors. First, the foundation for the new outer casing was not laid upon solid bedrock, but upon sand, with only a few rough retaining walls to hold it in place. Second, and more disastrously, the casing blocks themselves were laid as a vertical accretion, in horizontal courses, rather than being angled slightly inward to lean against and transfer their immense weight onto the central core of the pyramid. The smooth, finished surfaces of the underlying step pyramid provided a poor, low-friction surface for the new additions to grip. The entire outer shell was essentially a separate structure, standing under its own immense weight, without being properly keyed into the solid mass it was intended to cover. It is impossible to know for certain when the disaster struck. Some Egyptologists believe it happened during construction, while others think it may have occurred decades or even centuries later, perhaps triggered by a tremor or the slow, inexorable pull of gravity. But at some point, the unstable foundations gave way. The outer casing, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, began to slip. The failure would have been sudden and apocalyptic. With a sound like thunder, the entire brilliant white shell of the pyramid sheared away from its core and collapsed downwards and outwards, creating a colossal mountain of rubble and debris that buried the lower levels of the monument. The beautiful, perfect pyramid was gone in an instant, leaving behind a bizarre, truncated tower, the three uppermost steps of the original inner pyramid, protruding starkly from the chaos of its own ruin. The very thing that was meant to stand for eternity had suffered a catastrophic failure. For any other ruler, such a disaster might have been a sign of divine disfavor, a reason to abandon such hubristic projects altogether. But for Sneferu, it was a lesson albeit a brutal and costly one. The collapse at Meidum, his magnificent failure, provided his architects and engineers with an invaluable, practical education in structural mechanics. They learned that a true pyramid could not be an adapted step pyramid. It had to be conceived and built as a single, integrated structure from the ground up. They learned the absolute necessity of a solid bedrock foundation and the critical importance of angling casing blocks inward so that the structure supports itself. Sneferu abandoned Meidum, leaving its ruined pyramid as a stark monument to a failed experiment. It would never be his tomb. His quest for the perfect pyramid was not over. Undeterred, he moved his court and his architects north to a pristine new site, Dashur, and there, armed with the hard-won knowledge forged in the Meidum disaster, he would begin again. He would begin again on the vast, virgin desert plain of Dashur, a site that offered a seemingly solid foundation of limestone bedrock upon which to build a monument for the ages. Here, Sneferu's architects and builders, now a highly experienced team, tempered by the hard lessons of the Meidum collapse, embarked on their Pharaoh's second great project. This time, there would be no shortcuts, no conversions of earlier structures. The new pyramid would be designed and built as a true, smooth-sided pyramid from its very first course of stone. They began with an immense square base, each side measuring 188 meters, or about 617 feet. The core was constructed from local limestone, and critically, the blocks were no longer laid in flat, horizontal courses, but were angled slightly inwards, leaning towards the center of the structure. This was a revolutionary innovation, ensuring that the pyramid's own immense weight would contribute to its stability, compacting the core rather than threatening to push it apart. For the outer shell, they once again chose the brilliant white limestone from the Tura quarries across the Nile. As the structure began to rise from the desert, it did so at a daringly steep and dramatic angle of inclination, very nearly 55 degrees. Had it been completed at this angle, it would have soared to a height of around 130 meters, or 426 feet, making it a taller, more slender, and arguably more breathtaking monument than even the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was a statement of supreme confidence, a testament to a king determined to create the most spectacular monument on Earth. But Dashur held a hidden treachery beneath its surface. The bedrock that seemed so stable was, in fact, composed of layers of soft clay and shale. As the pyramid grew, and its weight increased to hundreds of thousands, then millions of tons, the ground beneath began to yield under the immense, concentrated pressure. Deep within the pyramids, two distinct and complex internal apartments, one entered from the north face and another, unusually, from the west. The evidence of a looming catastrophe began to appear. Cracks started to form in the walls of the corridors and chambers. The meticulously laid stone blocks began to shift, and sheer. The engineers, in a desperate attempt to shore up the structure from within, wedged huge beams of cedar wood, imported at great expense from the forests of Lebanon, into the chambers to brace the walls. These ancient timbers, now over 4,500 years old, are still in place today, a silent record of a moment of high crisis. The architects realized they were on the brink of a second, even more devastating collapse than the one at Meidum. The project, already many years and a vast fortune into its construction, was in mortal danger. To abandon it would be an unthinkable waste and a national humiliation. To continue on the same path was to guarantee its destruction. They were faced with a terrible choice, and their solution was a radical and unprecedented compromise, one that would be forever immortalized in the pyramid's final shape. When the structure had reached a height of approximately 47 meters, or about 154 feet, the builders were given a dramatic order: change the angle. The upper portion of the pyramid was completed at a much shallower, safer inclination of 43 degrees. This drastic change in the angle of ascent had the immediate effect of reducing the total mass of the upper sections and spreading their load over a much wider area, relieving the immense pressure on the unstable foundations and saving the monument from ruin. The result is the structure known today as the Bent Pyramid, a monument unique in all of Egypt. It is both a failure and a triumph, a physical record of an engineering crisis and the ingenious solution that saved it. It is also, by a strange twist of fate, the best preserved of all the great pyramids. Because of the instability of its core, it was largely spared the work of ancient and medieval stone quarriers, who plundered the other pyramids for their valuable casing. Consequently, the Bent Pyramid retains a larger proportion of its original polished white limestone casing than any other, offering us the most vivid impression of how these dazzling structures must have looked in their pristine state. But for Sneferu, the perfectionist king, it was not enough. The Bent Pyramid was structurally sound, but it was an aesthetic compromise. Its broken, bent profile was a public monument to a near disaster, not the pure, singular, perfect sunbeam he craved as his ladder to the heavens. So, incredibly, he decided it would not be his tomb. He commissioned a third and final Great Pyramid, just a short distance to the north of the Bent Pyramid, on a patch of ground chosen for its much more stable gravel subsoil. Sneferu's builders began again. This time, there would be no risks, no dramatic experiments. The new monument, which would become known as the Red Pyramid, was the masterful culmination of all the lessons learned from decades of trial and error. The architects chose the safer, shallower angle of 43 degrees from the very beginning. The construction of the core and casing was flawless, a model of precision and stability. It rose to a height of 104 meters, or about 341 feet, making it the third tallest pyramid in Egypt. Its modern name, the Red Pyramid, comes from the reddish, oxidized color of the local limestone core blocks that are now exposed to the sun after its white Tura limestone casing was stripped away in later ages. Internally, its chambers represent another leap forward in architectural sophistication. A single entrance on the north face leads down a long passage to two antechambers, both with magnificent corbelled roofs, where successive courses of stone are stepped slightly inward to create a stable, pointed arch. Beyond these lies the burial chamber itself, a vast and resonant space crowned by the first great, true corbelled vault in human history. A ceiling of 11 massive stone layers, creating a space of breathtaking scale and stability. This was it. Sneferu's quest was complete. The Red Pyramid was the world's first successful, large-scale, true, smooth-sided pyramid. It was a perfect synthesis of ambition and engineering, a monument of serene and powerful beauty that would finally serve as the eternal resting place for the king who had willed it into being. In his relentless pursuit of perfection, Sneferu had built 3 colossal pyramids, moved well over 9 million cubic meters, or 316 million cubic feet, of stone, and in the process had single-handedly invented and perfected the architectural form that would define his civilization. He had laid the ideological and practical groundwork, and now the stage was set for the next generation to build upon his legacy on an even grander scale at a place called Giza. The stage was indeed set, and the man who stepped onto it was Khufu, the son of Sneferu, who inherited a kingdom at the absolute zenith of its power and organizational capability. He did not return to Dashur, the site of his father's triumphs, nor to the hallowed ground of Saqqara. Instead, he chose a new site for his own eternal monument, a formidable limestone plateau north of the capital of Memphis, a place the world would come to know simply as Giza. The choice was a masterstroke of geological foresight. The Giza Plateau offered a high, solid shelf of bedrock, a foundation capable of supporting a weight far greater than anything humanity had ever conceived, ensuring that the mistakes of the past, the sinking ground that had crippled the bent pyramid, would not be repeated. Here, on this barren, wind-swept stage, Khufu would marshal the full might of his kingdom to erect a single structure of such breathtaking scale and perfection that it would forever be known as the Great Pyramid. The project, named Akhet Khufu, or the Horizon of Khufu, was arguably the most ambitious construction enterprise in human history. It was the central focus of the Egyptian state for the entirety of the king's reign, a period estimated to have lasted between 23 and 27 years. The sheer statistics of its construction are so vast that they strain the limits of comprehension. The final structure rose to an original height of 146.5 meters, or about 481 feet, a pinnacle that would not be surpassed by any other building on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its square base covered an area of more than 5 hectares, or 13 acres, with each side measuring approximately 230 meters, or 756 feet, in length. To achieve this, an army of skilled laborers quarried, transported, and raised an estimated 2,300,000 individual blocks of stone. The majority of these were limestone blocks for the core, weighing an average of 2.5 tons each, the equivalent of a large family car. But for the critical structural elements deep within, much larger and harder stones were required. Massive granite beams, weighing up to 80 tons apiece, were hewn from the quarries at Aswan, more than 800 kilometers, or 500 miles, to the south, and transported with incredible precision to the building site. The total mass of the finished pyramid is estimated to be around 5,900,000 tons, a figure that translates to more than all the stone found in all of London's cathedrals and churches combined. To complete such a monument within the span of Khufu's reign would have required a relentless, almost inhuman pace of work. Assuming a 25-year construction period, the builders would have had to place, on average, more than 250 blocks per day, every single day. This calculates out to roughly 1 block being perfectly set into place every 5 to 6 minutes of a 24-hour workday. It was a production line of monumental proportions, a perfectly coordinated ballet of quarrying, transport, and construction that speaks to a level of logistical and administrative genius that is difficult to fathom, even in the 21st century. The mastermind behind this incredible feat is believed to have been the Grand Vizier Hewing, who was Khufu's own nephew. A magnificent, lifelike statue of him found in his mastaba near the pyramid depicts a powerful, confident man, the face of a brilliant technocrat who had both the vision and the ruthlessness to command such a project into existence. Yet what elevates the Great Pyramid from a mere feat of brute force to a true wonder of the world is not just its colossal size, but its almost supernatural precision. The 4 sides of its base are aligned with the 4 cardinal directions with a degree of accuracy that is nothing short of breathtaking. Surveyors, most likely using the nocturnal movements of stars, managed to orient the entire structure so that the average error is a mere 3 arc minutes, a tiny fraction of a single degree. This level of precision would be a challenge for surveyors today, using modern laser theodolites. Furthermore, the immense 13-acre base is astonishingly level, with the difference in height between the highest and lowest points being a mere 2.1 centimeters, or less than an inch. This was likely achieved by creating a vast grid of shallow trenches across the entire footprint, filling them with water, and using the water's surface as a perfect datum line from which to measure and level the surrounding bedrock. But perhaps the most awe-inspiring element was the one that has been lost to time. The entire pyramid was originally encased in a gleaming mantle of highly polished white Tura limestone. These casing stones were cut and fitted with a tolerance so fine, sometimes less than 0.5 millimeter or 1/50th of an inch, that the joints were almost invisible. This would have made the pyramid appear not as a structure of individual blocks, but as a single, seamless, monolithic jewel, a perfect, gleaming white mountain that shone with a blinding brilliance under the Egyptian sun. It was the architectural embodiment of a sunbeam, the ultimate realization of the solar theology that Sneferu had championed. The horizon of Khufu was not a name, but a description of its function. It was the artificial horizon in the west, the point from which the divine king, now one with the sun, god Ra, would be reborn each morning for all eternity. The Great Pyramid was not just bigger. It was the flawless culmination of a century of brutal trial and error, from the stacked mastabas of Djoser to the catastrophic collapse at Meidum and the brilliant compromise of the bent pyramid. It was the zenith, the high watermark of an entire civilization's ambition, a monument built with such perfection and on such a scale that it would never and could never be repeated. A monument of such perfection could not stand in isolation. The Great Pyramid was the divine engine at the heart of a vast and intricate necropolis, a carefully planned city of the dead designed to serve the king and his court for all eternity. Khufu's pyramid did not simply appear on the plateau. It was the anchor for a sprawling complex of temples, causeways, subsidiary pyramids, and tombs for the royal family and the highest officials of the state. Immediately to the east of the pyramid stood the mortuary temple. Though now reduced to little more than a foundation of black basalt pavement, in its time it was the crucial liturgical center for the king's eternal cult. Here, priests would perform the daily rituals, the burning of incense, and the presentation of offerings of food and drink, which were believed to magically sustain the pharaoh's spirit in the afterlife. It was a grand structure, its halls and courts decorated with intricate reliefs depicting the king's divine power and his successful transition to the realm of the gods. From this temple, a long, covered causeway, nearly 1 kilometer or over 0.5 mile in length, sloped downwards across the plateau to a second temple, the Valley Temple, located on the edge of the Nile floodplain. This Valley Temple acted as the ceremonial gateway to the entire complex. It was here that the king's body, after its final journey down the Nile from the royal palace, would have been received. It was a place of purification and the final stages of the mummification rites, the sacred space where the earthly body of the king was prepared for its transformation into a divine being. The causeway itself was no mere walkway. It was an enclosed, high-walled corridor, its roof likely featuring slits that cast dramatic shafts of light onto the relief-covered walls, which depicted the pharaoh triumphing over the forces of chaos. The journey up the causeway, from the vibrant, living world of the Nile Valley to the silent, stone world of the high plateau, was a symbolic journey from life to death, from the terrestrial to the celestial. Surrounding the Great Pyramid, like satellites orbiting a star, were a series of smaller, subsidiary pyramids. To the east, 3 pyramids stand in a neat row, each a perfect, miniature version of the main structure. These are believed to be the tombs of Khufu's queens, and perhaps a favored sister or daughter. In the 1950s, a 4th, even smaller subsidiary pyramid, the Cult Pyramid, was discovered, a symbolic tomb for the king's Ka, or spirit double. Flanking the pyramid, carved into the bedrock, were 5 enormous boat-shaped pits. In 1954, one of these pits was opened, revealing an astonishing treasure: a full-sized, completely disassembled ship, a magnificent vessel, 143 feet, or 43.5 meters, long. Its cedar wood planks and ropes perfectly preserved for 4,500 years. Painstakingly reconstructed over many years, this solar bark is a masterpiece of ancient naval architecture, a vessel built not for the waters of the Nile, but for the celestial ocean of the sky. It was one of the ships that Khufu would use in the afterlife to accompany the sun god Ra on his daily journey across the heavens and his nightly voyage through the perilous underworld. The entire complex was a meticulously planned grid. To the east and west of the pyramid, vast cemeteries of mastaba tombs were laid out in orderly streets, like a silent, eternal city. These were the tombs of Khufu's highest-ranking officials, his viziers, architects, and priests, the powerful elite who had managed the state and organized the construction of the pyramid itself. By being buried here, in the shadow of their divine master, they ensured their own participation in his eternal life, their destinies forever linked to the king they served. Khufu's son, Jedefre, broke with this tradition, choosing to build his pyramid complex at Abu Rawash, several kilometers to the north. But the Giza Plateau returned to prominence under the next king, Khafra, another of Khufu's sons. He chose a spot for his pyramid just to the southwest of his father's. Although it appears taller to the naked eye, this is a clever illusion. It was built on a slightly higher piece of bedrock and at a steeper angle of 53 degrees. Its original height of 143.5 meters, or 471 feet, was actually a few meters, or several feet, shorter than the Great Pyramid. Khafra's pyramid is in some ways better preserved than his father's. A significant portion of its polished Tura limestone casing still clings to its apex, offering a breathtaking glimpse of how these monuments originally appeared. At its base, much of the hard, red granite casing that formed the lower courses also remains in place. The mortuary and valley temples of Khafre's complex are the most magnificent and well-preserved of the entire Old Kingdom, their massive limestone core blocks sheathed in an elegant facade of Aswan granite. His valley temple, in particular, is a masterpiece of austere, powerful architecture, a dark, atmospheric hall of monolithic square granite pillars and silent, alabaster paved floors. It was here that one of the greatest treasures of Egyptian art was found. A stunning, life-sized statue of Khafre carved from hard, dark diorite. The king sits enthroned, his face a mask of serene, eternal power, while the falcon god Horus spreads his protective wings around the back of his head, a perfect visual statement of the divine nature of the pharaoh. The third and smallest of the great Giza pyramids was built by Menkaure, Khafre's son and successor. His pyramid is significantly smaller, less than half the height of its neighbors, rising to just 65 meters, or 213 feet. This dramatic decrease in scale has been interpreted in many ways, perhaps a sign of a waning economy or a shift in religious emphasis away from the monumental tomb and towards the cult of the sun, god Ra, which now had its own dedicated temples. Despite its smaller size, Menkaure's pyramid was renowned for its beauty, with its lower 16 courses cased in the same expensive, hard, red granite as Khafre's temples. The project was unfinished at the time of the king's death and was hastily completed in mud brick by his successor. A clear sign that the era of truly colossal pyramid building was drawing to a close. But there is one final, enigmatic monument on the Giza plateau, a creature that has haunted the human imagination for millennia. Guarding the causeway leading to Khafre's pyramid, carved not from assembled blocks, but from a single massive outcrop of living bedrock, is the Great Sphinx. With the body of a lion and the head of a king wearing the royal Nemes headdress, it is the largest monolithic statue in the world, stretching 73 meters, or 240 feet, in length. The face is widely believed to be a portrait of Khafre himself, making the Sphinx the eternal guardian of his entire necropolis. Its Egyptian name, Akhet, means Horus on the horizon, identifying the king with the rising sun. For 4,500 years, it has stared east, a silent, inscrutable witness to the rising of the sun, the rising and falling of dynasties, and the endless procession of human history. This entire Giza necropolis, the three great pyramids, their temples and causeways, the silent fleets of solar barks, the city of Mastabas, and the enigmatic Sphinx, was not just a cemetery. It was a single, integrated theological machine, a stone model of the Egyptian cosmos, designed to capture the power of the sun and transform mortal kings into eternal gods, ensuring the stability of the universe forever. But this cosmic machine for ensuring the stability of the universe was not built by gods or by magic. It was built by human hands, tens of thousands of them. For centuries, the popular imagination, fueled by ancient Greek accounts and dramatic Hollywood epics, has been captivated by a powerful but deeply misleading image: the vision of 100,000 slaves, groaning under the lash of brutal overseers, dying in droves as they dragged colossal stones across the unforgiving desert sands. This narrative, first put to paper by the Greek historian Herodotus some 2,000 years after the pyramids were built, has proven to be remarkably persistent. Yet it is a fiction. The truth, slowly unearthed from the sand over the past few decades, is a far more complex and compelling story. It is the story of a nation of citizens, a highly organized, well-fed, and deeply motivated workforce that was mobilized not by the whip, but by a shared sense of sacred purpose and civic duty. The key to unlocking this truth lay hidden for millennia, not in the royal tombs themselves, but in the sand dunes less than a kilometer, or about half a mile, south of the Giza Plateau. It was here, in the late 1980s, that archaeologists, led by Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass, began to excavate the remains of a lost city, a sprawling settlement that has completely revolutionized our understanding of how the pyramids were built. This place, known today as Hayt el Ghurab, or the Wall of the Crow, was not a slave camp. It was a meticulously planned, purpose-built city, the home of the pyramid builders. The city was a marvel of urban planning, covering an area of around 10 hectares, or 25 acres. It was divided into two main parts. The western section was a highly organized grid of long, gallery-like buildings. These were not individual houses, but enormous barracks, each capable of sleeping 40 to 50 men in tiered bunks. These galleries, measuring over 34 meters, or 112 feet, in length, were the dormitories for a large, rotating workforce. It is estimated that these barracks could have housed between 1,600 and 2,000 men at any one time. This was the home of the conscripted laborers, the seasonal workers who came to Giza from their villages all across Egypt to contribute to the national project. To the east of these galleries lay a more affluent neighborhood, a district of larger, more permanent mud brick houses, complete with their own courtyards and storage areas. This is where the permanent workforce lived. The highly skilled artisans, the stonemasons, the architects, the scribes, and the overseers who managed the day-to-day operations of the site. The existence of this hierarchical but integrated city, with its planned streets, its bakeries, its granaries, and even its own administrative center, is the first and most powerful piece of evidence against the slave theory. This was not a temporary encampment for a disposable workforce. It was a permanent settlement for a valued community of laborers. Perhaps the most stunning discovery, however, was the industrial-scale commissariat that fed this vast population. The archaeologists uncovered huge bakeries with rows of heavy ceramic bread molds capable of producing thousands of loaves of bread each day. They found evidence of fish processing on a massive scale. But the most revealing find was the sheer quantity of animal bones. The faunal remains indicate that the inhabitants of this city consumed a staggering amount of high-quality protein. The evidence points to a daily supply of meat from cattle, sheep, and goats, totaling, on average, over 1,800 kilograms, or nearly 4,000 pounds. This was not the diet of slaves. This was the energy-rich food required to fuel the heavy, muscle-powered labor of the pyramid builders. These workers were among the best-fed people in the entire ancient world. The labor force itself was a sophisticated blend of permanent specialists and a rotating national service. The skilled craftsmen, the men who could cut stone with pinpoint precision and lay it perfectly, were full-time, salaried employees of the state, living year-round in the city with their families. The heavy lifting, the immense task of quarrying the core blocks and hauling them to the construction site, was likely performed by a much larger, rotating workforce organized under a system of national corvée labor. This was a form of taxation, paid not in money or grain, but in time and effort. For a few months out of the year, particularly during the season of the Nile's inundation, when the agricultural fields were flooded and could not be worked, a contingent of young men from each village would be called up to serve the pharaoh. This was not slavery. It was a civic duty, a contribution to a project that they believed was essential for the well-being of the entire nation and the cosmos itself. Far from being a faceless, oppressed mob, these work crews had names, identities, and a clear sense of esprit de corps. On many of the stone blocks hidden deep within the pyramids, archaeologists have found graffiti written in red ochre, the informal jottings of the work gangs. These are not pleas for help or curses against their masters. They are team names, scrawled with a competitive, almost boisterous pride. The Friends of Khufu gang, the Drunkards of Menkora, the vigor of the White Crown is Menkora. This is the language of camaraderie, of rival teams proud of their work and their king, not the markings of enslaved people. This is not to say that life was easy. A separate cemetery discovered nearby tells a more somber story. The skeletons of the workers buried here show the clear and brutal toll of their labor. Men and women alike exhibit signs of tremendous physical stress. Vertebrae are compressed from carrying heavy loads, joints are riddled with arthritis, and bones are often broken. But the most telling detail of all is that these broken bones almost always show signs of having been set and having healed. The workers suffered amputations of crushed limbs that they survived for many years. This is powerful evidence of a system of medical care. In a society reliant on slave labor, an injured worker would have been a disposable commodity, left to die. But in the city of the pyramid builders, a skilled laborer was a valuable asset, an investment worth caring for and healing. They were not slaves. They were Egyptian citizens, men and women, who dedicated their lives, their skill, and their strength to a monumental national project. They were motivated by a complex mix of social obligation and a profound religious conviction that by building the king's stairway to the heavens, they were not just serving their pharaoh. They were actively participating in the maintenance of the divine order of the universe, securing their own place within it for all eternity. Securing their own place within the divine order began with the monumental task of sourcing the stone, the very flesh of the pyramids. The first and most immediate requirement was for the millions of core blocks, the 2.5-ton limestone blocks that form the great bulk of the pyramid's mass. Fortunately, the Giza Plateau itself was a gift of geology. It was a vast, ready-made quarry of nummulitic limestone, a sedimentary rock formed from the fossilized shells of ancient marine organisms. The builders did not need to transport this core material from afar. They simply hewed it from the ground, right next to the construction site. A huge horseshoe-shaped quarry, still visible today, was opened up just to the south of Khafre's pyramid. As the workers cut the blocks for Khufu's pyramid, they were simultaneously leveling the ground for Khafre's future causeway, a brilliant act of integrated planning that wasted no effort. The quarrymen were masters of their craft, capable of extracting stone with remarkable efficiency and precision, using a surprisingly simple toolkit. Their primary tools were not made of iron, which was not yet available, but of a softer metal, copper, and of an even harder material, dolerite, a dense, dark, igneous rock. The quarry face would first be cleared and leveled. Then, using plumb bobs and long, straight cubit rods, the master masons would mark out a grid on the surface of the bedrock, delineating the size of the blocks to be cut. The quarry workers would then set to work, using heavy dolerite pounders, essentially handheld stone balls weighing up to 30 kilograms, or over 65 pounds, to smash out channels and trenches around the marked block. This was grueling, repetitive work, a percussive assault on the rock that slowly but surely isolated the block on 3 soils. For the final critical separation from the bedrock below, they employed a clever trick of physics. They would cut a series of small slots along the base of the block and drive in large wooden wedges. These wedges were then soaked with water. As the wood absorbed the water, it would expand with an irresistible, slow-motion force, a power far greater than any hammer blow. Over the course of several hours, the immense pressure exerted by the swelling wood would be enough to find the limestone's natural bedding plane and crack the multi-ton block clean off its foundation. Once freed, the rough block was levered onto a wooden sledge for transport to the pyramid base, where another team of masons would finish dressing it to its final dimensions before it was set in place. While the local Giza limestone was suitable for the core, it was too coarse and pitted for the beautiful, seamless exterior the architects envisioned. For this, a much finer, purer stone was required. This was the brilliant white limestone of Tura, a region of cliffs on the eastern bank of the Nile, about 13 kilometers, or 8 miles, south of modern Cairo. Unlike the open-air quarries at Giza, the Tura limestone was mined from deep underground galleries and tunnels. This protected the fine stone from the sun and weathering, ensuring its pristine quality. Miners, working by the dim, flickering light of oil lamps in claustrophobic tunnels, would use copper chisels and saws to carefully extract the precious casing blocks. These were then loaded onto barges for the relatively short journey down the Nile and across the floodplain to the Giza harbor. It was for the pyramid's innermost chambers, the very heart of the sacred structure, that the most special and challenging stone was reserved: the hard, beautiful, and immensely strong red granite. The only source for this stone was Aswan, at the first cataract of the Nile, a distant and difficult journey of more than 800 kilometers, or 500 miles, south of Giza. The Aswan granite quarries were a place of immense effort and ingenuity. The rock here was far too hard for copper tools. The quarryman's primary tool was the dolerite pounder. To extract a massive block for a sarcophagus or a 50-ton roofing beam for the king's chamber, they would first have to find a flawless section of rock, free from cracks. Then, an army of workers, standing shoulder to shoulder, would begin the mind-numbing task of relentlessly pounding the surface of the granite around the outline of the desired block. Over weeks and months of continuous, percussive work, they would slowly pulverize the hard rock, creating a wide trench. It has been estimated that it would take over 100 men several months of continuous labor just to excavate the trench around a single large obelisk or beam. The final separation of the block was achieved using the same water and wedge technique as at Giza, but on a much larger and more patient scale. Once the megalithic block was freed, the real challenge had only just begun. It now had to be moved. The largest granite blocks in the Great Pyramid, the ceiling beams of the king's chamber, weigh between 50 and 80 tons each. Moving such an object from the quarry to the Nile shore, a distance of several hundred meters, or feet, was a Herculean task. The block would be carefully maneuvered onto an enormous wooden sledge built from precious imported cedar. Hundreds of men, hauling on thick ropes of papyrus fiber, would then begin the slow, arduous process of dragging the sledge over a specially prepared slipway. Water or wet clay would be poured in front of the sledge's runners to reduce the immense friction. It was a perfectly coordinated effort, a symphony of human muscle power, with a foreman chanting a rhythm to ensure all the teams pulled in perfect unison. At the river's edge, an even greater challenge awaited. The monolith had to be loaded onto a barge. This likely involved building a temporary canal leading right under the waiting stone, allowing a massive, purpose-built barge to be floated into position beneath it. These barges were engineering marvels in their own right. Vast vessels constructed from short planks of acacia or sycamore wood lashed together and reinforced with a system of trusses. As the Nile began its annual inundation, its rising waters would lift the barge and its colossal cargo, and the long, slow journey north to Giza could begin. It was a logistical operation of almost unbelievable complexity, a supply chain of stone that stretched the entire length of the country, all orchestrated by a sophisticated bureaucracy of scribes and overseers who coordinated the quarry gangs, the boat captains, and the construction teams with the precision of a modern military operation. It was this mastery over stone, from the brute force of the dolerite pounder to the intricate logistics of the Nile fleet, that formed the very foundation of the pyramid builders' power to reshape the world. Reshaping the world required more than just the mastery of stone. It demanded a mastery over the landscape itself, a symbiotic relationship with the great river that was the lifeblood of their civilization. The Nile was not an obstacle to be overcome. It was the central artery of the entire construction project, a vast, natural conveyor belt gifted to them by the gods. The journey of the stones, particularly the colossal granite monoliths from Aswan and the gleaming white casing blocks from Tura, was a logistical triumph entirely dependent on the river's predictable and powerful rhythm. The construction calendar of the pyramids was dictated not by the seasons of the sun, but by the seasons of the Nile. For much of the year, the river was a contained, relatively shallow channel, but for 3 months, from roughly July to September, it underwent a miraculous transformation. This was the season of Akhet, the inundation. Fed by the summer monsoon rains in the highlands of Ethiopia, the Nile would swell and burst its banks, submerging the entire valley floor under a vast, placid lake. This annual flood, which brought the life-giving silt that made Egyptian agriculture possible, was also the key that unlocked the logistical puzzle of pyramid building. The floodwaters dramatically reduced the distance the stones had to be dragged overland. Canals that were dry ditches for most of the year became navigable waterways, and the flood itself brought the level of the river right up to the edge of the Giza Plateau. Scribes and engineers would have carefully planned the quarrying and transport operations to coincide perfectly with this window of opportunity. The granite megaliths, painstakingly extracted at Aswan, would be ready and waiting at the riverbank as the floodwaters began to rise. The massive barges, specially constructed for their heavy cargo, would be maneuvered into place, and the rising water itself would do the heavy lifting, floating the vessels and their multi-ton burdens. Captained by experienced Nile boatmen, the flotilla would then begin the long, slow, and careful journey north. This was no simple trip. Navigating a barge laden with 80 tons of granite required immense skill to avoid sandbanks and manage the river's currents. It was a journey of over 800 kilometers, or 500 miles, that would have taken several weeks. As this precious cargo neared its destination, it would have been guided into a sophisticated system of man-made canals and waterways that led directly to the foot of the Giza Plateau. Recent archaeological and geological research, including the analysis of ancient pollen and sediment cores from the Giza area, has revealed the existence of a lost branch of the Nile that once flowed much closer to the pyramids than it does today. The Egyptians enhanced this natural advantage by constructing a major harbor and a network of canals that formed a bustling port complex right at the entrance to the Giza necropolis, in the basin where the valley temples of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkore were built. The discovery of a papyrus logbook, the Diary of Merer, found at the Red Sea port of Wadi al-Jarf, has provided an astonishing first-hand account of these operations. Merer was a low-level official, an inspector in charge of a team of about 40 elite boatmen during the final years of Khufu's reign. His logbook, the oldest papyrus document ever found, meticulously records his team's work. He details their multiple trips from the Tura quarries to Giza, their boat laden with casing stones for the Great Pyramid. He describes how they would navigate a system of canals controlled by sluice gates that led from the Nile directly to the construction site, which he calls Akhet Khufu, the horizon of Khufu. His diary is a stunning confirmation of the level of organization involved, a record of the routine, day-to-day reality of this monumental supply chain. Upon arrival at the Giza harbor, the final and most difficult phase of the journey began: the overland haul. The blocks had to be moved from the barges in the harbor up the slope of the plateau to the pyramid construction site itself. The average gradient from the harbor to the pyramid base is around 5 degrees, a significant and challenging slope. To overcome this, the builders constructed enormous slipways and ramps, paved with wooden beams and coated with a layer of slippery, wet tafla clay to reduce friction. The stone, still on its heavy wooden sledge, would be offloaded from the barge and onto the slipway. Here, the sheer muscle power of the work gangs would take over. Large teams of men, perhaps 20 to 50 for a standard core block, and hundreds for the largest granite monoliths, would take up positions along thick, papyrus ropes attached to the front of the sledge. To the rhythm of a foreman's chant, they would lean into their work, their bodies straining in unison to slowly, painstakingly inch the colossal weight up the ramp. It was a spectacle of organized human strength, a slow and steady procession of stone inching its way towards the heavens. This was not a chaotic scene of disorganized pulling. The graffiti of the work gangs and the complexity of the task itself suggest a highly structured organization, with specialized teams responsible for preparing the slipway, managing the ropes, and coordinating the pull. It was a process repeated thousands upon thousands of times, from the smallest casing stone to the largest granite beam. Each successful haul was a victory of coordination, a testament to the power of a unified workforce. The journey of the stones, from the distant quarries to their final resting place in the pyramid, was thus a story in two parts: a passive, patient reliance on the power of the river, and an active, intense application of human muscle and ingenuity. It was a perfectly choreographed dance between nature and humanity, a logistical masterpiece that allowed the builders to gather a mountain before they could even begin the task of raising it. Gathering the mountain of stone at the foot of the Giza Plateau was a logistical triumph in itself. But it was merely the prelude to the true architectural enigma, the single question that has fascinated and frustrated engineers and historians for centuries. How did they lift it? How did a civilization without the pulley, the wheel, or iron tools raise millions of stone blocks weighing an average of 2.5 tons each, to a height of nearly 150 meters, or close to 500 feet? The Egyptians, so meticulous in recording their history, their religious beliefs, and even the daily rations of their workers, left behind not a single blueprint, not one schematic or manual detailing their construction methods. This silence is perhaps the most profound mystery of all, forcing us to become detectives, to piece together the answer from the scant clues left behind in the stones themselves. The universal consensus is that the builders employed ramps. The sledge, which worked so effectively to drag stones across the flat ground, could also be hauled up a gentle incline. The debate, and it is a fierce and complex one, is not about if they used ramps, but about what form those ramps took. The simplest and most intuitive solution is the one that first comes to mind: the long, straight, external ramp. In this model, a single massive ramp would have been built against one of the pyramid's 4 faces, growing longer and taller in lockstep with the pyramid itself. For every layer of stone added to the monument, a new layer of brick, rubble, and earth would be added to the ramp. This method has the advantage of providing a wide, direct, and unobstructed path to the working level, allowing multiple teams to haul blocks simultaneously. In the early stages of construction, this would have been an effective and straightforward solution. But as the pyramid climbed higher, the unforgiving laws of physics and geometry would have transformed this simple ramp into a monstrosity of impossible proportions. To be usable, a ramp for hauling such immense weights cannot be too steep. A slope of around 8 to 10% is generally considered the practical limit. To reach the very top of the Great Pyramid at this gentle incline, the ramp would have needed to be a staggering 1.6 kilometers, or about a mile, long. The sheer volume of material required to build such a structure would have been immense, possibly greater than the volume of the pyramid itself. It would have been a project on a scale even more colossal than the monument it was meant to serve. And perhaps the most damning evidence against this theory is the complete lack of any archaeological trace. Such a ramp would have left a colossal footprint on the surrounding landscape, a mountain of rubble that would have had to be dismantled and removed. No evidence of such a structure, or the vast quarry it would have required, has ever been found. The Great Straight Ramp is a phantom, a logical but ultimately impractical solution. Recognizing these fatal flaws, scholars proposed alternative configurations. Perhaps, they suggested, the ramp did not extend straight out into the desert, but zigzagged up a single face of the pyramid. This switchback ramp would certainly be far more economical in its use of materials. However, it introduces a new and likely insurmountable problem: the turning corners. It is one thing to drag a 2.5-ton block on a sledge in a straight line. It is quite another to pivot that immense sliding weight on a tight 90-degree corner on a narrow, sloping platform, hundreds of feet in the air. The maneuver would have been extraordinarily difficult and perilous. And for the 50-ton granite beams destined for the king's chamber, it would have been a practical impossibility. Another, more elegant theory proposes a spiral ramp, one that corkscrewed its way around the outside of the pyramid as it rose. This wraparound ramp would be built directly onto the stepped core of the pyramid and would be encased by the final layer of Tura limestone. This design is material efficient and maintains a consistent, gentle gradient. However, it too has a significant drawback. Such a ramp would have completely obscured the four faces of the pyramid during its construction. This presents a critical surveying problem. The Great Pyramid is lauded for its breathtaking precision, its perfectly straight sides, and its near-perfect alignment to the cardinal points. How could the surveyors have maintained these precise lines and angles if the pyramid's faces and corners were constantly covered by a spiraling construction ramp? It would be like trying to paint a masterpiece while the canvas is covered in scaffolding and tarps. In recent years, a new and compelling theory has emerged, one that elegantly solves the problems of all the others. Proposed by the French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin, this model suggests a hybrid approach. For the first third of the pyramid's height, up to about 45 meters, or 150 feet, he argues that the builders did use a short, wide, external straight ramp. This makes perfect sense, as this lower third of the monument contains over 2/3 of its total mass, and a straight ramp is the most efficient way to move vast quantities of material quickly at lower levels. But for the upper, more delicate 2/3 of the pyramid, Houdin proposes a brilliant innovation. The ramp was moved inside. He theorizes that the builders constructed an internal ramp, a long, narrow corridor that spirals upwards within the body of the pyramid itself, following a path just inside the outer casing. This internal ramp would have a gentle slope of about 7 degrees and would have allowed the workers to continue hauling blocks to the top in the same manner as before, but hidden from view. This theory is not mere speculation. It is supported by tantalizing clues. It neatly explains the existence of a mysterious notch high up on the pyramid's northeast corner, which Houdin suggests was an open corner left for turning the blocks. It is also supported by a microgravimetry survey conducted in the 1980s that detected a strange spiral-shaped anomaly of lower density inside the pyramid, a feature that was never explained. Furthermore, this internal ramp offers a brilliant solution to the problem of the great granite beams above the king's chamber. Houdin suggests that the magnificent Grand Gallery, that soaring, corbelled corridor, whose function has always been debated, was not just a passageway, but was part of a giant machine, a turak for a massive counterweight system used to help hoist those 50-ton monoliths up to the required height. This theory of a combined external and internal ramp is the most convincing yet proposed. It accounts for the mass, it solves the logistical and surveying problems, and it is supported by physical evidence. It suggests that the builders, upon reaching a certain height, essentially began to build the pyramid from the inside out, consuming their own ramp as they went. And what they were creating was not just a solid mountain of stone, but a complex and mysterious labyrinth, a series of passages and chambers designed to be the stage for the king's final cosmic journey. That final cosmic journey began at the threshold, a secret entrance concealed behind the gleaming limestone casing on the pyramid's north face, some 17 meters or 55 feet above the ground. This was the original sealed entrance, intended for the king's funeral procession alone and never to be used again. Today, visitors enter through a lower, cruder passage known as the Robber's Tunnel, reputedly forced by the Caliph al-Mamun in the 9th century Anno Domini in a fruitless search for treasure. But following the path of the original architects, one is immediately plunged into the descending passage, a narrow, cramped corridor just over a meter or 3.5 feet in height and width. It plunges down through the body of the pyramid and deep into the bedrock beneath it at a steep and unvarying angle of 26 degrees. The passage continues for over 105 meters, or 345 feet, a journey into the bowels of the earth. At its end lies a rough, unfinished, and mysterious room known as the subterranean chamber. Its purpose is a profound enigma. It has the appearance of a quarry, its floor a chaotic jumble of pits and unexcavated rock. Some scholars believe it was the original, intended burial chamber, abandoned in favor of a new plan. Others suggest it was a symbolic tomb representing the underworld, the realm of the god Sokar, a necessary element in the complex resurrection process. Whatever its purpose, it feels like a dead end, a return to the primal, chaotic state of the world before creation. But this was not the king's final destination. Hidden high up in the ceiling of the descending passage near its beginning is a granite plug that blocks another corridor, the ascending passage. This is where the pyramid's internal architecture takes a dramatic turn, not down into the earth, but up towards the heavens. The ascending passage is the same cramped size as the one before it, but its steep, upward slope makes the journey a far more arduous and claustrophobic experience. It continues for nearly 40 meters, or 130 feet, a long, narrow birth canal leading into the very heart of the monument. At the top of this passage, the space suddenly opens up. A horizontal corridor continues straight ahead, leading to the second of the pyramid's great chambers. This room, located directly on the pyramid's central axis, has been known since the 19th century as the Queen's Chamber. The name is a complete misnomer, a romantic invention of early explorers. The pyramid was built for the king alone, and this chamber was never intended for a queen. It is a beautiful, serene room, rectangular in shape, with a high, gabled roof of limestone beams. Its purpose is, like so much within the pyramid, a subject of intense debate. It is a completely empty, unadorned space. Was it a storeroom for the king's funerary equipment? Was it a chamber for his ka, his spiritual double? Or was it the setting for some unknown ritual performed before the final interment? One of its most mysterious features are two small, square shafts, one on the north wall and one on the south, that were sealed and not discovered until 1872. Unlike the similar shafts in the king's chamber above, they do not penetrate to the outside of the pyramid. In 2002, a small robotic rover was sent up the southern shaft, where it discovered a small limestone door with two copper handles. The door was drilled through, only to reveal a second, rougher door just beyond it. These air shafts, which are clearly not for ventilation, add another layer of profound mystery. Are they symbolic pathways for the king's soul to ascend to the stars, perhaps aligned with specific celestial bodies, as they were at the time of construction? The secrets of the Queen's Chamber and its tantalizing sealed doors have not yet been fully revealed. Returning to the junction at the top of the ascending passage, the true architectural glory of the Great Pyramid is revealed. Here, the low, cramped corridor blossoms into one of the most spectacular and enigmatic spaces in all of ancient architecture, the Grand Gallery. It is a breathtaking, soaring corridor, continuing upwards at the same 26-degree angle as the ascending passage. It is over 46 meters, or 153 feet, long and, most impressively, 8.6 meters, or 28 feet, high. Its walls are made of massive, polished limestone blocks, rising vertically for the first 2 meters, or 7 feet, and then corbelling inwards, with each of the 7 successive courses of stone overhanging the one below it, creating a narrow, vaulted ceiling high above. The precision of the stonework is astonishing, a masterpiece of structural engineering that creates a powerful feeling of upward movement, drawing the eye and the spirit towards its highest point. The function of this magnificent gallery has been endlessly debated. Was it simply a grandiloquent passageway designed to impress the funeral procession? Was it a storage area for the massive granite plugs that were slid down to seal the ascending passage after the burial? Or, as Jean-Pierre Houdin's theory suggests, was it an integral part of the construction machinery? A track for a giant counterweight used to haul the granite beams into the king's chamber? Whatever its original purpose, it is an architectural space of unparalleled power and mystery. At the very top of the grand gallery, after a short, low passageway designed to accommodate the ceiling plugs, lies the final destination, the king's chamber. This is the sanctum sanctorum, the ultimate purpose of the entire colossal structure. In stark contrast to the white limestone of the rest of the interior, this room is built entirely of hard, dark red Aswan granite. It is a perfect, unadorned rectangle, its dimensions precise, built to contain one thing and one thing only: the king's sarcophagus. The sarcophagus itself, carved from a single block of granite, is slightly larger than the entrance to the chamber, proving that it must have been placed in the room as the pyramid was being built up around it. It is empty, its lid, and the king's body long since stolen by tomb robbers. But it is here, in this silent stone box, that the mortal remains of Khufu were once laid to rest, at the precise geometric heart of his artificial mountain. The chamber is a masterpiece of engineering designed to withstand the crushing weight of the 2 million tons of stone above it. The flat roof is formed from 9 massive granite beams. Above these, in a stroke of engineering genius, the builders constructed 5 separate stress-relieving chambers, one on top of the other, with the final one capped by a pointed, gabled roof. This complex system was designed to deflect the immense pressure of the pyramid's core away from the ceiling of the burial chamber, ensuring its structural integrity for eternity. And from this chamber, 2 small shafts, one north and one south, similar to those in the Queen's chamber, do penetrate all the way to the outside of the pyramid. These are not air shafts, but star shafts, precisely aligned to allow the king's soul to travel out from his tomb and ascend to the circumpolar stars in the north, and to the constellation of Orion in the south. This labyrinth of stone was not just a tomb. It was a machine for resurrection, a precisely engineered stage for the final act of a divine drama. This divine drama, for which the pyramid served as both stage and catalyst, was centered on one of the most powerful and enduring concepts in human history: the belief in life after death. For the ancient Egyptians, the afterlife was not a vague, ethereal dream. It was a tangible, physical reality, a parallel existence that required as much preparation, sustenance, and protection as life on Earth. The pyramid was the ultimate expression of this belief, a resurrection machine of unparalleled complexity, meticulously designed to ensure the pharaoh's successful transition from a mortal ruler to an immortal god, a being of cosmic power who would journey with the sun and rule the heavens for all eternity. To understand the pyramid's function, one must first understand the Egyptian conception of the human soul. They did not believe in a single, unified spirit, but in a composite of several distinct spiritual components. The two most important of these were the Ka and the Ba. The Ka was the life force, a spiritual double of the person that was created at birth and lived on after death. It was the Ka that required the sustenance of food and drink, which is why offerings were left at the false door of the tomb. The Bi, often depicted as a human-headed bird, was the individual's unique personality and character. After death, the Ba had the ability to leave the tomb and travel between the earthly and spiritual realms, but it had to return each night to the safety of the mummified body. The ultimate goal for the deceased, however, was to achieve the state of an Akhet, a transfigured, glorified spirit. The Akhet was the fusion of the Ka and the Ba, a radiant, effective spirit that could take its place among the gods. The pyramid was the alchemical vessel in which this profound transformation from mortal to Akhet was intended to take place. The entire structure was a physical representation of the Egyptian creation myth. The pyramid itself, rising from the flat desert plateau, was a symbol of the primordial mound, the Benben, which was the first land to emerge from the chaotic, watery abyss of Nun at the beginning of time. It was on this mound that the creator god, Atum, or Ra, first appeared and brought the world into being. By building his tomb in this shape, the pharaoh was identifying himself with the creator god and harnessing the potent magic of the moment of creation itself. His burial deep within this artificial mountain was not an interment, but a planting of a divine seed back into the soil of the primordial mound from which he would be reborn, just as the sun god was reborn each morning. The internal layout of the pyramid was a carefully choreographed journey of this rebirth. The long, downward plunge of the descending passage took the king's spirit into the underworld, to the symbolic chaos of the subterranean chamber. The journey then reversed, climbing up the ascending passage, a difficult rebirth that led to the central spaces of the monument. The grand gallery, with its soaring, upward-reaching form, was the final, critical stage of this spiritual ascent within the confines of the tomb, a symbolic launching ramp for the soul. The king's chamber, built of enduring, imperishable granite at the very heart of the structure, was the womb of this transformation. Here, protected from all harm by millions of tons of stone and a sophisticated series of granite portcullis blocks designed to seal the passages, the king's body would rest, the permanent anchor for his spiritual components. The texts that best illuminate this process are known as the Pyramid texts, the oldest collection of religious writings in the world. First carved onto the walls of the internal chambers of the pyramid of King Unas at Saqqara, at the end of the 5th dynasty. These texts are a complex series of hundreds of spells, hymns, and incantations. They were a divine instruction manual, a libretto for the resurrection, providing the deceased king with the magical knowledge he would need to overcome the dangers of the afterlife and claim his rightful place in the heavens. The texts describe in vivid detail the king's transformation. They speak of his bones becoming the god Atum, his limbs becoming Osiris. They contained spells to protect him from snakes and other demons that might threaten him in the underworld. Most powerfully, they describe his ascent. Spell 267 proclaims, "A ramp to the sky is built for him, that he may go up to the sky thereon. He goes up on the smoke of the great sensing." The pyramid was this ramp, a physical manifestation of this magical utterance. The texts describe the king flying to the heavens in a variety of forms, as a falcon, a goose, a scarab beetle. He becomes a star, joining the circumpolar constellations in the northern sky, the ones the Egyptians called the indestructibles because they never set below the horizon. The star shafts in the king's chamber were the literal portals for this cosmic journey, precisely angled to give the king's newly transfigured Akhet a direct path to these eternal destinations. He would also join the sun god Ra, taking his place on the celestial solar bark, one of which was buried in a pit next to his pyramid, ready for his eternal use. He would sail with Ra across the daytime sky, a force for order and light, and journey with him through the perilous 12 hours of the night, helping to defeat the serpent of chaos, Apep, ensuring that the sun could be reborn at dawn. The Pharaoh's successful resurrection was therefore not a private, personal affair. It was an event of cosmic importance. By transforming into an AKH and joining the eternal cycles of the sun and the stars, he was actively helping to maintain Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. His death and rebirth were a reflection and a reinforcement of the fundamental rhythms of creation: the rising and setting of the sun, the flooding and receding of the Nile. The pyramid was thus the ultimate tool for upholding cosmic stability. It was an immense, state-sponsored, magical engine, a device built at colossal expense and with unimaginable effort to ensure not just the king's immortality, but the continued existence of the world itself. It was the most ambitious and powerful statement a civilization has ever made about its ability to conquer the ultimate chaos of death and to impose its own sense of order upon the universe. This imposition of order upon the universe was not merely symbolic. It was encoded into the very fabric of the pyramids with a precision that continues to astonish modern science. The builders were not just master masons and brilliant engineers. They were expert, practical astronomers, capable of observing the heavens and translating that celestial knowledge into the language of stone with breathtaking accuracy. The most fundamental expression of this cosmic alignment is the orientation of the Great Pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty. The Great Pyramid of Khufu is aligned to the four cardinal directions: true north, south, east, and west, with an accuracy that is almost unbelievable. The average discrepancy is a mere 3/60ths of a single degree. This is a level of precision that would be a significant challenge to achieve today, even with the aid of global positioning systems and laser theodolites. To achieve this, in the 26th century, before Christ, without a magnetic compass, required a profound understanding of the movements of the stars. The Egyptians did not have a prominent, fixed pole star as we do today with Polaris. At that time, the Earth's axis did not point towards any bright star. They therefore had to rely on a method that could determine the direction of true north by observing the transit of other celestial bodies. The most widely accepted theory is that they used the simultaneous transit method. An astronomer would stand within a circular, temporary observation wall with a clear view of the northern horizon. He would use a plumb line to mark the exact spot where a particular circumpolar star appeared to rise on the eastern side of the sky. He would then track the star's arc through the night and mark the precise spot where it set on the western side. By bisecting the angle formed between these 2 points and the observer's position, he could determine the line of true north with remarkable accuracy. This line would then have been extended across the Giza Plateau using careful surveying techniques, providing the baseline from which the pyramid's entire square base could be laid out. This painstaking alignment was not an aesthetic choice. It was a fundamental requirement of the pyramid's religious function. The north side was cosmologically the most important, as it was the gateway to the circumpolar stars, the eternal, indestructible destination of the royal soul. The entrance to the pyramid was always on the north face, and the star shafts were precisely angled to provide a direct line of sight from the king's chamber to this celestial region. But the alignments were not limited to the cardinal directions. A more complex and captivating theory, known as the Orion correlation theory, suggests that the Giza necropolis as a whole is a terrestrial map of the heavens. Proposed by the author Robert Bauval, the theory observes that the three great pyramids of Giza, those of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, are not arranged in a perfectly straight line. The smallest pyramid, that of Menkaure, is slightly offset to the east of the diagonal line formed by the two larger pyramids. Bauval noted that this layout precisely mirrors the arrangement of the three brightest stars in the constellation of Orion, a celestial figure the Egyptians identified with the great god Osiris, the ruler of the underworld and the god of resurrection. The two larger, brighter stars, Al-Nitak and Al-Nilam, are mirrored by the two larger pyramids of Khufu and Khafra, while the smaller, dimmer, and slightly offset star, Mintaka, is mirrored by the smaller offset pyramid of Menkaure. The correlation is stunningly precise. Furthermore, the theory notes that the Nile River, flowing from south to north to the east of the Giza Plateau, corresponds to the position of the Milky Way galaxy as it flows through the heavens to the east of the constellation of Orion. The theory posits that the entire Giza complex was conceived and built as a single monumental project to create an image of the heavens on Earth, specifically as the sky would have appeared around the year 10,500 before Christ. This date is derived from the astronomical phenomenon of the precession of the equinoxes, the slow 26,000-year wobble of the Earth's axis. It was at this remote, prehistoric date that the alignment between the pyramids and Orion at the moment of the spring equinox would have been at its most perfect. Proponents of this theory suggest that the Fourth Dynasty builders were working from a much older master plan, a legacy of a lost golden age, and that the pyramids were intended to be a monument to this first time, or Zep Tepi, the age of the gods. While this theory is highly controversial and not accepted by mainstream Egyptology, which points out that there are no texts linking the Giza pyramids to Orion, and that the correlation is likely coincidental, it has captured the public imagination for its sheer poetic power and its suggestion of a far deeper, more mysterious antiquity. Regardless of the specifics of the Orion theory, the astronomical significance of the pyramids is undeniable and extends to other, more subtle features. The descending passage of the Great Pyramid, with its unvarying slope of 26 degrees, is thought to have been targeted at a specific star. At the time of the pyramid's construction, this passage would have pointed directly at Alpha Draconis, also known as Thuban, which at that time was the closest bright star to the celestial North Pole, serving as the pole star for that era. Similarly, the southern star shaft leading from the king's chamber would have aligned perfectly with the star Al-Nitak, the brightest star in Orion's belt, further strengthening the connection to the Osiris constellation. It has also been observed that the diagonal of the Great Pyramid's base aligns with the northernmost point on the horizon, where the sun rises on the day of the summer solstice, and the diagonal of Khafra's pyramid aligns with the southernmost point of sunrise on the winter solstice. The entire plateau, it seems, was a vast astronomical instrument, a cosmic clock built of stone, designed to mark and harmonize with the most significant cycles of the sun, the moon, and the stars. This celestial resonance was the final layer of the pyramid's power. It was not enough to be a resurrection machine. It had to be a cosmic engine, perfectly integrated into the gears and rhythms of the universe. By aligning their monument with the heavens, the pharaohs were ensuring that their journey into the afterlife would not be a leap into the unknown, but a precisely navigated voyage along pathways that were eternally fixed in the architecture of the cosmos itself. The pyramid was their anchor, their harbor, and their star chart, all in one. Yet even the most powerful cosmic engine, anchored to the eternal stars, could not defy the terrestrial currents of economic and religious change. The era of the colossal pyramids, the architectural zenith of the Fourth Dynasty, proved to be a remarkably brief and ultimately unsustainable phenomenon. After the reign of Menkaure, the builder of the third and smallest of the Giza pyramids, the age of giants came to an end. Never again would a pharaoh command the resources, the manpower, and the sheer audacity to raise a mountain of stone on such a scale. The waning of this great age was not a sudden collapse, but a gradual and complex process, driven by a confluence of profound shifts in Egyptian society. The most immediate and practical reason for the decline was almost certainly economic. The construction of the Giza pyramids represented an astonishing concentration of the entire nation's wealth and productive capacity. For the better part of a century, the Egyptian state was, in essence, a single, massive construction project. The logistics of quarrying, transporting, and raising millions of tons of stone, and of feeding, housing, and caring for the tens of thousands of workers would have placed an almost unimaginable strain on the royal treasury and the national economy. Each pyramid was not just a one-time construction cost, it was a perpetual economic commitment. A vast agricultural estate, a pyramid town, and a dedicated priesthood were established for each monument, endowed with land and resources in perpetuity to maintain the king's mortuary cult. The daily offerings, the performance of rituals, and the upkeep of the temple complexes were an eternal drain on the state's resources. As these divine endowments grew with each successive reign, more and more of the nation's agricultural land and wealth were transferred from the control of the central government to the tax-exempt ownership of the priestly class. This decentralization of wealth inevitably led to a weakening of the pharaoh's absolute economic power. The kings of the late 4th and 5th dynasties simply did not have the same level of centralized control over the economy that Khufu, Khafra, and Menkore had enjoyed. They could no longer afford to build on the same scale. This economic shift was accompanied by, and perhaps driven by, a profound religious revolution. During the 4th dynasty, the pharaoh's power was absolute and his divinity unquestioned. He was Horus, the living god, and the pyramid was his exclusive ladder to the stars. But by the beginning of the 5th dynasty, a new and powerful religious ideology was taking hold: the cult of the sun god Ra. While Ra had long been an important deity, his worship now became the dominant state religion. With his main cult center at Heliopolis wielding immense influence, the pharaoh was no longer seen primarily as the supreme god on earth, but as the son of Ra. This subtle but crucial theological shift changed the focus of royal piety and monumental construction. The king's own tomb, while still important, was no longer the sole and all-consuming focus of the state's religious and architectural efforts. Instead, the 5th dynasty pharaohs began to build a new type of monument: dedicated sun temples. These temples, such as the one built by Uzurkaf at Abu Ghorab, were open-air structures oriented to the rising and setting sun, and their central feature was not a pyramid, but a massive, squat obelisk, a stone symbol of the sun's rays, known as a benben. This was a dramatic redirection of royal resources and architectural energy, away from the personal resurrection machine of the king and towards the communal worship of his divine father, the sun god. The pyramids built by the 5th and 6th dynasty kings at sites like Abusir and Saqqara are a direct reflection of these changes. They are significantly smaller than their Giza predecessors. The pyramid of Uzurkaf, the first king of the 5th dynasty, had a base less than half the size of Menkare's and rose to a height of only about 49 meters, or 161 feet. More telling than their reduced size, however, was the dramatic decline in their construction quality. The builders, clearly operating under much tighter budgets, abandoned the use of massive, interlocking core blocks. Instead, they constructed their pyramids with a core of small, crudely quarried local stone, held together with a mortar of mud and clay. Some later pyramids were even built with a core of mud brick. While these pyramids were still finished with a fine casing of white Tura limestone, giving them the outward appearance of their magnificent ancestors, it was a beautiful facade hiding a far less stable reality. Once this protective outer casing was stripped away by later stone robbers, the weak inner core was exposed to the elements. Wind and rain quickly eroded the mud mortar, and the small core blocks crumbled away, leaving behind the sad, slumped, rubble-filled mounds that we see today. These later pyramids were built for appearance, not for eternity. However, what these later Old Kingdom pyramids lacked in external scale and durability, they made up for in internal sophistication. It was in the pyramid of Unas, the last king of the 5th dynasty, that the pyramid texts first appeared, their hieroglyphs beautifully carved and painted on the walls of the antechamber and burial chamber. This innovation, the inclusion of the divine instruction manual for the afterlife directly within the tomb, was a significant religious development that was adopted by his successors throughout the 6th dynasty. The focus was shifting from the brute physical permanence of the monument to the magical and liturgical power of the written word. This period also saw a rise in the size and decorative splendor of the mortuary temples attached to the pyramids. These temples became more complex, their walls covered in vibrant, detailed reliefs depicting not only religious scenes, but also historical events from the king's reign. This suggests that the focus of the royal cult was moving from the silent, sealed pyramid to the more accessible and active space of the temple, where the life and achievements of the king could be celebrated. The age of the pyramid, as the sole, dominant expression of royal power, was over. It had been supplanted by a more complex ideology that balanced the king's personal journey to the afterlife with his duties to the sun god and his legacy on earth. The Great Pyramid Age had waned, a victim of its own unsustainable ambition and the ever-evolving landscape of the human spirit. The perfect, silent, geometric mountains of Giza would stand as a memorial to an era of absolute faith and power that had passed, a high water mark of human audacity that would never be reached again. That high water mark left an indelible impression on the Egyptian psyche, an architectural echo that would resonate for more than 1,000 years. Though the colossal scale and meticulous craftsmanship of the 4th dynasty were never replicated, the pyramid form itself proved to be remarkably resilient. It had become the quintessential symbol of a royal burial, an essential component of the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, and subsequent generations of rulers, though lacking the absolute power of their old kingdom predecessors, felt compelled to continue the tradition. But the Old Kingdom itself ended in a period of chaos and fragmentation known as the First Intermediate Period. Central authority collapsed, the country split into competing regional power bases, and for over a century, no king commanded the resources necessary for any significant monumental construction. It was not until the reunification of Egypt under the powerful rulers of the 11th and 12th dynasties, the dawn of the Middle Kingdom around 2055 before Christ, that the sound of royal builders once again echoed in the land. The kings of this new era, ruling from their capital at Thebes in the south, sought to legitimize their rule by consciously emulating the glories of the past. They looked back to the age of the pyramids as a golden age of stability and divine order, and they revived its most potent symbol as a declaration of their own power and piety. The first of these new pyramid builders was Amenemhat I, the founder of the 12th dynasty. He moved the capital back to the north, establishing a new city near the Fayum oasis, and chose a nearby site, Lisht, for his eternal home. From the outside, his pyramid was designed to evoke the classic monuments of the Old Kingdom. It had a similar angle of inclination and was originally encased in fine Tura limestone. But this gleaming white shell concealed a radical and cost-effective departure in construction technique. Amenemhat's engineers, keenly aware of their more limited resources, built the pyramid's core not from solid blocks of stone, but from a framework of limestone retaining walls forming a grid of empty cells. These cells were then filled with a mixture of sand, rubble, and mud brick. This method was far faster and cheaper than the solid masonry of the Giza pyramids. Furthermore, in an act of pragmatic recycling, the builders incorporated thousands of decorated blocks plundered from the dilapidated Old Kingdom monuments of Giza and Saqqara into the core of their new structure, a clear sign of the changed economic and perhaps even ethical landscape. His son, Senusret I, built a larger and more refined pyramid complex at Lisht, adhering to the same basic construction method, but surrounding it with a much more elaborate and beautiful religious complex, including a stunningly decorated mortuary temple and a courtyard containing 10 life-sized statues of the king. But the most impressive of the Middle Kingdom pyramids was built at Dashur, the site of Sneferu's great experiments, by the pharaoh Senusret III. This pyramid was a marvel of innovation, though none of it was visible from the outside. Its core was built entirely of mud brick, a material that had once been used only for the humblest of mastabas. It was then cased, like its predecessors, in fine white limestone. This mud brick core was far less stable than stone, but it was a fraction of the cost and could be built with astonishing speed. The true genius of Senusret III's architects, however, was channeled into the pyramid's interior. Learning from the centuries of successful tomb robberies that had plagued their ancestors' monuments, they designed a subterranean labyrinth of unparalleled complexity, a maze of dead-end corridors, hidden entrances, and secret chambers, all intended to thwart and confuse plunderers. The entrance was not on the north face, as tradition dictated, but was hidden under the paving of the western courtyard. The burial chamber itself, lined with granite, was a masterpiece of concealed engineering. Its entrance sealed with a colossal 100-ton granite block that was lowered into place using a sophisticated sand-filled shaft mechanism. Despite these ingenious precautions, even this pyramid was ultimately breached and robbed in antiquity. The last great pyramid builder of the Middle Kingdom was Amenemhat III. He built 2 pyramids, one at Dashur and another at Hawara. His first, at Dashur, known as the Black Pyramid due to its dark, exposed mud brick core, suffered from structural problems. Built on unstable clay ground, its foundations began to sink and crack even during construction, forcing the king to abandon it as his final resting place. Undeterred, he began a new pyramid at Hawara. This monument, also of mud brick, is renowned for its astonishingly complex internal security system, which included a burial chamber carved from a single 70-ton block of quartzite, lowered into a larger chamber and sealed with a 45-ton sliding roof block. The entrance passageways were a veritable fortress, featuring multiple false corridors, deep well shafts, and a series of enormous, concealed sliding trapdoors, or portcullises, weighing up to 20 tons each. The Hawara Pyramid was the pinnacle of the paranoid school of tomb design, a monument born from the certainty that it would be attacked. And yet, like all the others, it too was eventually conquered by the patient ingenuity of tomb robbers. The pyramids of the Middle Kingdom are a poignant reflection of their time. They are monuments of a centralized state, but one that was more pragmatic and less absolute than the one ruled by Khufu. Their builders were innovators, forced by economic constraints to develop new, faster, and cheaper construction methods. They were also deeply aware of the vulnerability of these great structures, shifting their focus from external scale to internal security in a desperate and ultimately failed attempt to protect the royal burial. After the Middle Kingdom, Egypt once again descended into a period of division, and the age of royal pyramid building in Egypt effectively came to an end. The pharaohs of the New Kingdom, the age of Tutankhamun and Ramesses the Great, would choose a different path to eternity. They abandoned the conspicuous, vulnerable pyramid form altogether and instead carved their tombs deep into the hidden cliffs of a remote desert valley, the place we now call the Valley of the Kings. The great architectural idea that had begun with Imhotep and culminated at Giza had finally run its course in the land of its birth. But the echo of the pyramid was not entirely extinguished. It was merely dormant, waiting to be reborn in a new kingdom, far to the south. That rebirth occurred in a land that had long been both a formidable rival and a vital trading partner to Egypt, the Kingdom of Kush, in the region known to the Egyptians as Nubia, a territory that corresponds to modern-day Sudan. For millennia, the relationship between Egypt and Nubia had been a complex interplay of conquest, colonization, and cultural exchange. During the New Kingdom, Egypt had conquered Nubia, imposing its administration, its religion, and its culture upon the Kushite people. Egyptian-style temples were built throughout the land, and the sons of the Kushite elite were often sent to Thebes to be educated, where they became deeply immersed in Egyptian customs and beliefs, including their sophisticated funerary practices. When Egyptian power waned after the New Kingdom, the Kushite rulers re-established their independence, but they did not reject the culture that had been imposed upon them. Instead, they embraced it as their own, seeing themselves not as cultural subordinates, but as the true inheritors and champions of traditional Egyptian values. They worshipped the Egyptian gods, particularly Amun of Thebes, and they used the Egyptian language and hieroglyphic script for their official inscriptions. This deep cultural reverence culminated in an extraordinary historical event. In the mid-8th century, before Christ, a Kushite king named Paye conquered a divided and weakened Egypt, establishing the 25th dynasty of Pharaohs, a line of Kushite rulers who governed Egypt for nearly a century as the Black Pharaohs. It was during this period of Kushite ascendancy, beginning with Paye himself, that a remarkable architectural revival took place. After a hiatus of over 800 years, the pyramid was reborn as the preferred form of royal tomb. Paye chose a site called El Kuru, near his capital city of Napata in Nubia, for his burial. There, he constructed a small pyramid, a tomb that was in many ways a direct homage to the ancient Egyptian tradition. However, the Kushite pyramids were not slavish copies of their Old and Middle Kingdom predecessors. They were a distinct and unique architectural interpretation, an adaptation of the ancient form to a new cultural context. The most striking difference was their scale and proportion. The Nubian pyramids were much smaller and far more numerous than their Egyptian counterparts. Paye's pyramid, for example, had a base of only about 8 meters, or 26 feet, on each side. But their most defining characteristic was their steep angle of inclination. While the Egyptian pyramids had slopes ranging from 43 to 53 degrees, the Kushite pyramids were built at a dramatic and acute angle of approximately 70 degrees. This gave them a tall, slender, needle-like appearance, a visually striking style that was entirely their own. The construction method was also different. They were typically built with a core of rubble and earth, and were faced with dressed stone blocks. Instead of a dedicated mortuary temple built against the pyramid's eastern face, the Kushites built a small offering chapel in front of the entrance, often decorated with reliefs in a hybrid Egyptian-Kushite artistic style. Another fundamental difference was the funerary process itself. In Egypt, the king's mummified body was placed within the chambers inside the pyramid. The Kushite pharaohs, however, revived a much more ancient practice. They were buried in a subterranean vault excavated from the bedrock beneath the pyramid. The pyramid itself was a solid, cenotaph-like structure, a monument built on top of the tomb rather than containing it. The burial chambers were often richly decorated with paintings and contained opulent grave goods, including fine pottery, gold jewelry, and the sacrificed remains of horses. This practice of building a superstructure over a separate subterranean burial harkened back to the earliest mastabas and even to the pre-dynastic burial mounds of ancient Egypt, suggesting that the Kushites were selectively combining different historical traditions to create their own unique funerary tradition. After Paye, his successors continued to build their pyramids at El Kuru. However, the site was prone to flooding, and a later king, Taharqa, one of the most powerful rulers of the dynasty, moved the royal necropolis to a new, more impressive location at Nuri, on the opposite bank of the Nile. Taharqa's own pyramid at Nuri was the largest ever built in Nubia, with a base of over 51 meters, or 169 feet, on each side, though it too followed the characteristic steep-sided profile. The necropolis at Nuri would serve as the final resting place for Kushite royalty for several centuries. Even after the Kushite pharaohs were driven out of Egypt by the invading Assyrians in the 7th century before Christ, their kingdom continued to thrive in Nubia for another 1,000 years, its political and cultural center gradually shifting further south to the city of Meroe. And the tradition of pyramid building continued with them. The royal cemeteries at Meroe are a breathtaking sight. A forest of nearly 200 pyramids rising from the desert sands, a far greater number than were ever built in Egypt. These later Meroitic pyramids were even more slender and sharply pointed than their Napatan predecessors, their chapels decorated with fascinating reliefs that show a growing synthesis of Egyptian, Kushite, and even Greco-Roman artistic influences. The practice of pyramid building endured at Meroe until the final decline of the Kushite kingdom in the 4th century Anno Domini. The southern kingdom's legacy is a testament to the enduring power of a single architectural idea. For the Kushites, the pyramid was more than just a tomb. It was a powerful political and cultural statement. By adopting this most iconic of Egyptian forms, they were laying claim to the legacy of the pharaohs, positioning themselves as the true custodians of a sacred tradition that had been all but abandoned in its homeland. They were the last pharaohs to build pyramids, and their slender, elegant monuments stand as a final, beautiful, and distinct chapter in a story that began with a visionary architect stacking stone mastabas on the sands of Saqqara 3,000 years earlier. With the fall of Meroe, the age of the pyramid builders finally and forever came to a close. The secrets of the monuments, once symbols of royal power and divine ascent, were left to be either plundered by treasure hunters or rediscovered by a new kind of explorer. The closure of the age of the pyramid builders marked the beginning of a new and prolonged era in the monument's history, the age of forgetting. For well over 1,000 years, as Egypt was incorporated into the Roman, then Byzantine, and finally the Islamic empires, the original purpose and meaning of the pyramids faded from human memory. The complex theological and astronomical knowledge that had guided their construction was lost. The hieroglyphic script that recorded their builders' intentions became an indecipherable mystery. In the popular imagination of the local inhabitants, they were no longer seen as the tombs of ancient kings, but as magical structures, storehouses of esoteric wisdom, and fabulous, accursed treasure built by a mythical race of giants or magicians. They became the subjects of folklore and fantastical tales, such as those recorded in the 1001 Nights, where they were described as granaries built by the prophet Joseph to survive the 7-year famine, or as repositories of pre-Diluvian science. Throughout this long period, the pyramids were viewed primarily as a source of two things: treasure and building materials. From the chaotic First Intermediate period onwards, the royal tombs of the Old Kingdom became the targets of systematic, often state-sanctioned plunder. Tomb robbers, with a sophisticated understanding of their internal architecture, patiently tunneled their way past granite portcullises and concealed entrances, stripping the burial chambers of their gold, jewelry, and royal regalia. This plunder continued for centuries, so that by the time of the Roman occupation, it is likely that every major pyramid had already been breached and its primary treasures removed. The second form of plunder was the quarrying of their fine outer casing. Beginning in the medieval period, the gleaming white Tura limestone that had once made the pyramids shine like stars was systematically stripped away to build the mosques, palaces, and city walls of the growing city of Cairo. The Great Pyramid alone provided hundreds of thousands of tons of high-quality, pre-cut stone for the construction of the new Islamic capital, a pragmatic act of recycling that forever altered the appearance of the ancient monuments, leaving them as the rough, stepped, core block structures we see today. The first glimmers of a new way of seeing the pyramids, not as magical treasuries or convenient quarries, but as objects of historical and scientific inquiry, began to emerge with the European Renaissance. Scholars and explorers, their curiosity piqued by the classical accounts of Herodotus and Strabo, began to visit Egypt and make the first systematic, if often inaccurate, attempts to measure and describe the monuments. One of the most notable of these early pyramidologists was the English astronomer John Greaves, who in 1646 published his Pyramidographia, the first book dedicated to a factual description of the pyramids, in which he meticulously measured their dimensions and correctly identified them as royal tombs, debunking the popular granary theory. But the true turning point, the event that would transform the study of ancient Egypt from an amateur pastime into a scientific discipline, came at the very end of the 18th century. In 1798, a French general with colossal ambitions, Napoleon Bonaparte, invaded Egypt. Accompanying his army of soldiers was another, equally impressive army, a corps of 167 savants, scientists, engineers, artists, and scholars. Their mission was not military, but intellectual, to conduct a comprehensive survey of the history, geography, culture, and natural wonders of Egypt. As the French army fought its battles, the savants of the Commission des Sciences et des Arts undertook the first truly scientific exploration of the Giza Plateau. They conducted precise topographical surveys, measured the pyramids with unprecedented accuracy, and created stunningly detailed architectural drawings of the temples and tombs. They explored the internal passages, documenting their findings with a rigor that had never been seen before. Their monumental work, published over 2 decades in a multi-volume series called The Description de l'Égypte, was a revelation to the European world. Its magnificent, oversized plates revealed a civilization of breathtaking sophistication and artistic genius. The description effectively launched the modern science of Egyptology and ignited a wave of Egyptomania, a passionate, public, and scholarly obsession with ancient Egypt that swept across Europe and America. This newfound scientific interest was supercharged by one of the most significant intellectual breakthroughs of the 19th century: the decipherment of the hieroglyphs. The key to this ancient puzzle was the Rosetta Stone, a stela discovered by French soldiers in 1799, which bore the same decree inscribed in 3 scripts: Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic. After more than 2 decades of intense intellectual struggle, the French scholar Jean-François Champollion, in 1822, finally cracked the code, realizing that the hieroglyphs were not simply symbolic pictures, but a complex, phonetic script. Humanity could, for the first time in nearly 2,000 years, read the language of the ancient Egyptians. The pyramids and their temples, once silent, could now begin to speak. Their inscriptions could be read, the names of their builders could be identified, and the complex religious ideas that had motivated their construction could begin to be understood. This breakthrough ushered in a new era of exploration. The pyramids were no longer just objects to be measured from the outside. They were historical documents to be read. Adventurers, diplomats, and early archaeologists flocked to Egypt, eager to make their own mark. Figures like the Italian Giovanni Belzoni, a former circus strongman turned antiquarian, used his immense strength and engineering skill to clear the sand from the entrance of Khafre's temple, and to be the first person in modern times to enter his pyramid. These early explorers were driven by a mixture of scientific curiosity and a rapacious desire for discovery and treasure. They were pioneers, but their methods were often crude and destructive, a transitional phase between the age of the plunderer and the age of the scientist. They were blasting their way into history, literally and figuratively, and in the process, they were laying the groundwork for a new, more methodical approach to uncovering the secrets of the pyramids. That groundwork was often laid with a shocking disregard for the integrity of the very monuments these explorers sought to understand. The early to mid-19th century was a period of intense, often nationalistic, rivalry in Egyptian archaeology, a treasure hunt on a grand scale where the prize was not just knowledge, but prestige for oneself and one's home country. This era is perhaps best personified by the controversial figure of Colonel Howard Vyse, a British army officer and aristocrat who arrived in Egypt in 1835. Weiss was a man of immense wealth, ambition, and a single-minded determination to make a spectacular discovery that would etch his name into history. He was not a scholar or an archaeologist in the modern sense. He was an adventurer with a checkbook, and his primary tool for exploration was not the trowel and brush, but the gunpowder keg. Weiss focused his attention on the Great Pyramid, which, despite centuries of exploration, still guarded many of its secrets. He was particularly obsessed with finding hidden chambers, convinced that the burial chamber of Khufu had not yet been discovered. Working with his engineer, John Perring, he first cleared the northern star shaft of the king's chamber, a feat of considerable difficulty. But his most notorious work was directed at the stress-relieving chambers above the king's chamber. The lowest of these, discovered by his predecessor Nathaniel Davison, was accessible, but Weiss was certain that more lay above it. Frustrated by the immense granite slabs that blocked his path, he resorted to brute force. He hired laborers to bore holes into the ancient stone, and then used blasting powder to force a tunnel upwards, blasting his way from one chamber to the next. The explosions rocked the 4,500-year-old structure, but they achieved their goal. Weiss successively revealed 4 more sealed chambers, a stunning architectural discovery that confirmed the builder's genius. Inside these chambers, which had been sealed since the day they were built, Weiss found his ultimate prize. Scrawled on the limestone and granite blocks were rough quarry marks, graffiti left by the ancient work gangs. Painted in red ochre, these markings included the team names, the Friends of Khufu Gang, and most importantly, the cartouche, the royal ring containing the name of the pharaoh himself, Khufu. This was the first and only definitive contemporary proof found within the Great Pyramid that unequivocally linked it to the king. While the discovery was of monumental historical importance, Weiss's methods were appalling. He had blasted his way to fame, permanently damaging one of humanity's greatest treasures in the process. He later applied the same destructive techniques to Menkare's pyramid, using gunpowder to blast open the burial chamber, where he discovered a magnificent basalt sarcophagus. Tragically, the ship carrying this priceless artifact back to England sank in the Mediterranean, and the sarcophagus of Menkare now lies lost on the seafloor. Weiss's explosive approach was symptomatic of the era, but it also provoked a backlash. A new generation of scholars began to argue for a more scientific, methodical, and preservation-minded approach to archaeology. The leading figure in this transformation was the French scholar Auguste Mariette. He first came to Egypt to collect manuscripts, but became so enamored with its ancient monuments that he dedicated his life to their protection. In 1858, he founded the Egyptian Antiquities Service, a governmental organization with the mandate to control and professionalize all archaeological work in the country, effectively ending the era of freelance, destructive treasure hunting. Mariette's goal was to stop the plunder, and to ensure that Egypt's heritage remained in Egypt. He established the first national museum in Cairo, the precursor to the modern Egyptian museum. While his own excavation techniques could still be heavy-handed by today's standards, he laid the institutional groundwork for the modern science of Egyptology. The man who truly brought that science to the pyramids was the English archaeologist Sir William Matthew Flinders, Petrie. Petrie was a revolutionary figure, a surveyor by training, who brought an obsessive, almost fanatical, rigor to the field. He arrived in Giza in 1880 and dedicated himself to conducting the most precise survey of the Great Pyramid ever attempted. For months, he lived in an empty tomb, working tirelessly with custom-built theodolites and measuring equipment of his own design. He meticulously measured every stone, every passage, and every angle, producing a set of data so accurate that it has remained the standard reference for over a century. But Petrie's genius was not limited to surveying. He was the father of systematic archaeology. He insisted on the careful excavation of every layer, the recording of the precise location of every artifact, however small or seemingly insignificant, and the detailed documentation of all findings. He was one of the first to understand the importance of pottery for dating archaeological contexts, creating a system of sequence dating that is still used today. His meticulous work at sites like Meidum and Dashur revealed the construction methods and the architectural evolution of the pyramids. Petrie was the antithesis of Howard Weiss. He sought knowledge, not fame, and he understood that the goal of archaeology was not to find treasure, but to reconstruct the past through the careful analysis of its material remains. His methodical, scientific approach dragged Egyptology out of its swashbuckling, gunpowder-fueled infancy and established the professional standards that would guide the great discoveries of the 20th century. The age of the adventurer was over. The age of the archaeologist had truly begun. The focus shifted from what could be taken from the pyramids to what could be learned from them. That quest for knowledge, propelled by Petrie's scientific rigor, continued to evolve throughout the 20th century. But it was in the late 20th and early 21st centuries that a new, extraordinary chapter in the exploration of the pyramids began. The age of the archaeologist, with its spades and brushes, was now being supplemented by the age of the physicist. For the first time, scientists had at their disposal a suite of revolutionary technologies that allowed them to peer deep inside the pyramid's solid masonry without drilling a single hole or moving a single stone. This was the birth of non-invasive archaeology, a new frontier that promised to reveal secrets that had remained hidden even from the most determined plunderers and the most meticulous excavators. One of the earliest and most ambitious of these projects took place in the late 1960s. The Nobel Prize-winning physicist Luis Alvarez, renowned for his work on subatomic particles, proposed a radical idea: to X-ray Khafre's pyramid. It was, of course, impossible to use a conventional X-ray machine on such a massive structure. Instead, Alvarez and his team planned to use a natural and far more powerful form of radiation that is constantly bombarding the Earth from outer space: cosmic rays. When high-energy cosmic rays strike the Earth's upper atmosphere, they create a shower of secondary particles, including particles known as muons. Muons are similar to electrons, but are about 200 times more massive. They rain down on the Earth's surface at a constant rate and can penetrate hundreds of meters, or many hundreds of feet, of solid rock. Alvarez's ingenious plan was to place a muon detector, a large spark chamber, in the burial chamber at the bottom of Khafre's pyramid. By measuring the number and trajectory of the muons passing through the pyramid from every direction, the team could create a density map of the structure above the detector. If there were any undiscovered chambers or voids within the pyramid, more muons would pass through those areas of lower density than through the surrounding solid stone. The experiment was a monumental undertaking, a fusion of high-energy physics and ancient archaeology. After months of painstaking data collection and analysis, the team announced their results in 1970. They had found nothing. The data showed that the pyramid was a solid, undifferentiated mass of limestone, with no large, hidden chambers within the scanned area. While the result was a disappointment to those hoping for a spectacular discovery, the experiment was a landmark success. It had proven that this new technology could be used to safely and non-invasively probe the interior of ancient monuments, and it set the stage for the more advanced technologies that would follow. Decades later, a new generation of scientists returned to the pyramids, armed with a far more sophisticated and sensitive toolkit. In 2015, an international, interdisciplinary project called Scan Pyramids was launched, bringing together experts from Egypt, France, Canada, and Japan. The project's goal was to scan the Great Pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty using a combination of cutting-edge, non-invasive technologies. One of their primary methods was infrared thermography. This technique involves taking a series of high-resolution thermal images of the pyramid's surface at different times of day and night. As the sun heats the pyramid during the day and it cools down at night, the rate of heating and cooling is not uniform. Voids, cracks, or areas of different density just behind the surface will exchange heat with the surrounding air at a different rate than the solid stone. By analyzing these subtle temperature anomalies, the team could identify areas of interest for further investigation. In late 2015, the team announced a startling discovery at the Great Pyramid: a series of significant thermal anomalies on the eastern side, and more intriguingly, at the base of the northern face, near a series of large chevron-shaped blocks above the original entrance. The temperature differences were significant, suggesting the presence of an internal passage or a void immediately behind the casing stones. But the most powerful tool in the Scan Pyramids arsenal was a modern, far more sensitive version of Luis Alvarez's cosmic ray experiment. They employed several different types of muon detectors, including nuclear emulsion plates and electronic scintillators, which they placed at various locations, including within the Queen's chamber and in a corridor near the entrance. In 2017, after months of patiently collecting data, the team made an announcement that stunned the world. The muon data had revealed a massive, previously unknown void deep within the Great Pyramid. This void, which they named the Scan Pyramid's Big Void, is located directly above the Grand Gallery and appears to have similar dimensions. It is estimated to be at least 30 meters, or nearly 100 feet, long and several meters high. It is the first major, large-scale structural discovery inside the Great Pyramid since the 19th century. The discovery of the Big Void and of a smaller corridor-like void behind the north face chevrons, dubbed the Scan Pyramid's North Face Corridor, has thrown open a new chapter of mystery. What are these spaces? Their function is a complete unknown. Are they undiscovered chambers, perhaps containing artifacts or inscriptions? Or are they purely functional, structural features incorporated by the builders to relieve pressure on the Grand Gallery, much like the stress-relieving chambers above the King's Chamber? Some have speculated that the North Face corridor might be part of an internal ramp system, providing tantalizing support for Jean-Pierre Houdin's theory. The Big Void's purpose is even more enigmatic. The Scan Pyramids project, true to its non-invasive principles, has not attempted to drill or probe these voids. For now, they remain silent, dark spaces, their existence known to us only through the faint whispers of subatomic particles. These new technologies have not provided all the answers. In fact, they have done something far more exciting. They have given us profound new questions. They have peeled back another layer of the immense complexity of the pyramids, revealing that even after 4,500 years of exploration, robbery, and scientific study, these ancient mountains still hold deep and fundamental secrets. They are a powerful reminder that the story of the pyramids is not over. It is a story that is still being written, one cosmic ray at a time. One cosmic ray at a time, the veil of antiquity is slowly being lifted. Yet with each new discovery, the shadows of the unknown seem to deepen. The enduring enigmas of the pyramids are a testament to the sheer genius and the alien worldview of their creators. 4.5 millennia of inquiry, from the plunderers of the ancient world to the physicists of the modern one, have answered many of the great questions of what, who, and when. We know what they are, who built them, and when they were raised. But the fundamental questions of how and why still echo with a frustrating and tantalizing uncertainty. The discovery of the Scan Pyramids, Big Void, is the perfect embodiment of this modern state of mystery. Its existence is a certainty, confirmed by the rigorous, independent analysis of multiple teams of particle physicists. But its purpose is a complete and utter blank. Speculation has run wild. Could it be a hidden construction passage, a chamber related to the internal ramp theory? Is it a repository for the king's original, untouched funerary equipment, sealed away from the main burial chamber to foil tomb robbers? Could it be a symbolic chamber with a purely religious function that we cannot yet comprehend? Or is it simply a clever architectural feature, a void designed to reduce the mass of the pyramid and lessen the load on the delicate, corbelled roof of the grand gallery below? The frustrating truth is that without direct, physical exploration, which would involve damaging the very monument we seek to understand, we may never know for sure. The void remains a ghost in the machine, a tantalizing shape on a physicist's screen. The same can be said for the perennial and most debated of all the pyramid's mysteries, the precise method of their construction. While the theory of a combined external and internal ramp, as proposed by Jean-Pierre Houdin, offers the most elegant and comprehensive solution to date, it remains just that, a theory. There is no definitive proof, no ancient text that says, "This is how we did it." Every proposed solution, from the grand external ramp to the spiral ramp to the internal ramp, is a work of reverse engineering, an attempt by the modern mind to solve an ancient puzzle with only a few of the pieces. Did they use counterweights in the grand gallery to lift the granite beams? Did they use water-filled locks to float the blocks up the causeway? Did they employ some lost technology or a form of concrete, as some fringe theories suggest? While the evidence for these latter ideas is scant to non-existent, the central question of the ramps remains stubbornly open to debate. The ancient builders covered their tracks with breathtaking efficiency, leaving behind a perfect, finished monument with almost no clues as to the scaffolding, the machinery, and the raw industrial mess that must have accompanied its creation. The answer is likely buried within the pyramids themselves, in the very structure of their core, a secret that may only be revealed by the technologies of the future. And then there are the smaller, but no less profound, enigmas. The secrets of the so-called air shafts in the Queen's Chamber of the Great Pyramid are a perfect example. The robotic explorations that revealed the sealed doors with their copper handles have only deepened the mystery. Why were these shafts and their elaborate doors sealed from the moment the pyramid was built? What lies behind that second, rough-hewn door at the end of the southern shaft? The copper handles, or pins, are themselves an enigma. They are formed into a loop on one side of the door, suggesting they were not for pulling, but perhaps for threading a rope through. Their presence suggests that these doors were part of a ritual or a process, not just a permanent seal. Were they symbolic portals for the Ka? Were they part of a complex closing mechanism, a way of sealing the chamber from afar using ropes and pulleys? the questions multiply with every new detail uncovered. The Great Sphinx, too, guards its own set of profound mysteries. While mainstream Egyptology confidently attributes its construction to the reign of Khafra, the evidence is circumstantial, based on the proximity to his pyramid and the resemblance of the face to his statues. There are no contemporary inscriptions that definitively name Khafra as the builder. This absence of direct proof has fueled persistent alternative theories, most notably that the Sphinx is far older than the pyramids. Proponents of this idea point to the unique erosion patterns on the body of the Sphinx and the walls of its enclosure. They argue that the deep, vertical fissures are evidence of water erosion caused by prolonged rainfall, suggesting the monument must date back to a much earlier, wetter period in the Sahara's history, perhaps as far back as 10,000 before Christ. While geologists and Egyptologists have strongly refuted these claims, pointing to other causes for the weathering, the debate continues to simmer, a testament to the statue's inscrutable and powerful presence. Even the very purpose of the sarcophagus in the king's chamber has been questioned. Empty when discovered, it is assumed to have been the final resting place of Khufu. But why is it so stark and unadorned? The sarcophagi of other pharaohs, even from earlier and later periods, were often intricately decorated with texts and images. Khufu's granite box is a masterpiece of precise cutting, but it is utterly devoid of inscription. This has led some to question whether it was a sarcophagus at all, or if it served some other unknown ritual purpose at the heart of this great stone machine. These enduring enigmas, from the colossal scale of the big void to the minute detail of a copper handle on a hidden door, are not a sign of our failure to understand the pyramids. On the contrary, they are a measure of their success. The pyramids were designed to be inscrutable, to be eternal, to guard their secrets from the profane, and to stand outside of time. They were built by a civilization whose way of thinking, whose understanding of the cosmos, and whose relationship with the concepts of life, death, and eternity were fundamentally different from our own. We are looking at them across an immense cultural and temporal gulf. The mysteries that remain are the points where our modern, scientific worldview fails to fully connect with their ancient magical one. The pyramids, in their silent, geometric perfection, are a monument to the limits of our own understanding, a permanent challenge to our assumptions. They are a reminder that the past is not a simple story to be uncovered, but a complex and alien landscape, and that some of its greatest mountains may never be fully conquered. And so our journey through time comes to a close, returning us to the present day, standing once more on the sun-scorched Giza Plateau, in the shadow of these silent, geometric mountains. The question that hung in the air at the beginning of our story, how and why were they ever built, can now be answered, not with a single, simple truth, but with a rich and complex tapestry of human ingenuity, profound faith, and an ambition so vast it seems to defy the very limits of our imagination. We have traveled back over 4.5 millennia to a time before the first stone was laid, to the simple desert pits where the desiccating sands created accidental mummies, sparking a deep and enduring belief in the preservation of the physical form as an anchor for the soul. From this seed of faith grew the mastaba, the solid, earth-bound house for the dead, a monument of stability and permanence. We witnessed the moment of Genesis, the revolutionary leap of genius from the mind of the polymath Imhotep, who, in the service of his king, Djoser, stacked these mastabas one upon the other to create the world's first stone skyscraper, a colossal stairway to the heavens at Saqqara. This was the dawn of the Pyramid Age, an idea so powerful it would shape the destiny of a civilization. We followed the arduous path of trial and error that led from this first great experiment to the perfection of the true, smooth-sided form. We felt the sting of catastrophic failure at Meidum, where a magnificent attempt to convert a step pyramid into a true one collapsed into a mountain of its own rubble. We stood in awe of the relentless determination of Pharaoh Sneferu, who, undeterred by this disaster, commissioned the bent pyramid at Dashur, a monument saved from a similar fate by a radical mid-construction change of angle, and then, still unsatisfied, finally achieved his dream of perfection with the serene and beautiful Red Pyramid, the world's first successful true pyramid. This century of effort and hard-won knowledge laid the foundation for the ultimate achievement, the zenith of the Pyramid Age on the Giza Plateau. Here, Sneferu's son, Khufu, marshaled the entire resources of the state to build his Great Pyramid, a monument of such staggering scale and celestial precision that for nearly 4,000 years it remained the tallest structure on Earth. It was the heart of a vast necropolis, a cosmic city that grew to include the pyramids of Khafra and Menkaure, and the inscrutable gaze of the Great Sphinx, the eternal guardian of this sacred landscape. We have journeyed into the lost city of the builders, sifting through the evidence of their lives in the bakeries and barracks that have shattered the myth of slave labor. We now see them not as an oppressed multitude, but as a skilled, well-fed, and highly motivated national workforce, citizens who proudly called themselves the Friends of Khufu Gang, laboring in the service of a sacred, cosmic project. We have traced the journey of the stones themselves, from the local quarries of Giza to the gleaming white limestone mines of Tura, and to the hard granite outcrops 800 kilometers, or 500 miles, to the south at Aswan. We have seen how the builders harnessed the power of the Nile's annual flood as a superhighway, and the sheer muscle of their work gangs to haul these multi-ton blocks to their final destination. And we have delved into the greatest construction mystery of all, the problem of the ascent, weighing the evidence for the great external ramps and the more recent, compelling theories of an internal, spiraling ramp hidden within the pyramid's core. Venturing inside this labyrinth of stone, we have navigated its cramped passages and soared through its magnificent grand gallery. We have stood in the silent, granite-lined king's chamber and contemplated the purpose of its mysterious star shafts, portals for the soul's final journey. We have come to understand that these were not just tombs. They were resurrection machines, theological engines designed to transform the mortal king into an immortal god, an Akhet who would join the imperishable stars in the north and sail with the sun, God Ra, on his eternal journey across the sky. They were instruments for maintaining Ma'at, the divine order of the universe, their very forms and alignments, a reflection of the cosmos itself. We followed the long twilight of the Pyramid Age, from the waning of the old kingdom's absolute power and the rise of the Sun cult, to the pragmatic mud-brick revivals of the Middle Kingdom pharaohs, with their desperate, labyrinthine attempts to foil tomb robbers. We then traveled south to the kingdom of Kush, where the Black Pharaohs revived the tradition, creating their own beautiful and distinct chapter with the steep, slender pyramids of Meroe. Finally, we traced the pyramid's journey through human perception, from the long age of forgetting, when they were seen as magical treasuries, to the dawn of scientific inquiry with Napoleon's expedition, and from the gunpowder archaeology of the 19th century to the non-invasive cosmic ray technologies of the 21st. The recent discovery of the Great Void inside Khufu's pyramid is a profound and humbling reminder that even now, the story is not complete. The pyramids, in the end, are a mirror. They reflect the civilization that built them, a society of immense organizational skill, profound religious conviction, and an unwavering belief in their ability to impose a human order on the chaos of the cosmos. But they also reflect us. They challenge our own understanding of the limits of human potential and the enduring power of a shared idea. They began as a staircase for one king's soul, but they have become a ladder for the human imagination, inviting us to contemplate the greatest mysteries of all: the nature of time, the meaning of mortality, and our own quest for a legacy that will outlast us. They are the tombs of kings, but the idea they represent, the audacious dream of building for forever, is immortal.